All right. Should be live on Twitch. I see myself on Twitch. It's a good sign. My audio should be working. Sounds good. I need to make sure I'm testing my audio from now on because I've got kind of a complicated audio process, setup process. So I got like 3 things I have to like turn on to make sure my mic is working. So sometimes I forget. All right. So my recording is running now. Yes. Ooh, feels like I haven't done this in a while. I mean, it has been since last Tuesday, since I last streamed. Oh. All right. We'll wait until we see if we get a couple viewers in here, and then I'll do a formal little start. Oh, Retro MMO is already in here. Nice. Retro MMO, putting the Discord up there. Yeah, actually, I realized I put in some chats just before. Retro MMO has been refreshing the page frantically every 5 minutes since last Tuesday. Nice. Retro, what's going on? What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's kind of I haven't done a weekend stream in like 3 weeks. I was going to start doing Thursday nights. I'm going to start doing Thursday night streams probably just to start directly competing with Retro MMO, Evan. Retro, I'm well. Good, glad to hear it. All right. All right, well, I guess we'll dive in. We'll dive right in here. It's been a while, or at least it feels more like it's been a longer while. Retro MMO is the WoW killer. But Populus is the Retro MMO killer. Nice. Yeah. Well, we're working on multiplayer, so not really massive multiplayer, but yeah. Yeah, I have to hop in onto Retro MMO. That is the game, not the person. And try it out. Try out the latest updates. All right. But seriously, folks, we're going to kind of get started now. We're going to kind of dive in. So, welcome everyone to awful JavaScript game development from scratch, in the sense of the most from scratch probably that JavaScript can kind of be in the web browser. It's not exactly true, but I always tout that because I'm full of myself. So we're working on my game, Populus. It's a game where you pop bubbles. So it's live. It's live right now. We're working. What we're seeing right now in the browser is my demo, or is my development version here. But you can actually play the game. You go to populus.gg. You can play it. It's live. It looks exactly like my development version right now. But yeah, it's here. There's a tutorial now. We went live with that, I think Monday. I think last Monday, a week ago. And then, I think so. Yeah. We worked on the tutorial Monday, and then like later in the evening, I pushed the tutorial live. So yeah, so the tutorial's there. If you don't know how to play the game, you can try the tutorial, and you can give me some feedback on it and let me know if it works, because it's kind of basic. It doesn't necessarily explain every aspect of what's going on in the game, but I think it tells you how to play the game, and more or less it's very basic anyway. Probably it'll take you, 15 seconds to get through the tutorial. So I guess I'll leave that tab up there. So we're doing multiplayer today. We're continuing our work on multiplayer. Last Tuesday, so we went live with the tutorial on Monday, and then we started multiplayer development on the next day, the Tuesday. And I haven't really done any additional work. I've done a little bit of thinking about off stream. I did a little thinking about how I wanted to send, kind of minimizing like the amount of data that's going to be sent between client and server. So I was thinking a little bit about that and kind of doing some testing around. We'll get a little more into that once we dive in. But I basically have like a working, well, at least the preliminary part of this, where we have we've actually got a server and we've got a couple clients here, and we can start up a multiplayer game, and the server sends down some bubbles to the clients. And the idea is, when you play Populus multiplayer, you're playing one-on-one. So you're racing another person, and trying to see who can pop as many bubbles, seeing if you can pop more bubbles than they can in 30 seconds. And you're popping the same exact bubbles as they are, to kind of make it fair as possible. So will this reload? Nope. Okay. So there's still some cleanup and stuff we got to do. But just by running this, we can see that we're sending bubbles to the client and everything, and I think it's so far so good. So I'm not exactly sure what we want to dive in and look at first with this, but we're just going to dive right in. So I started at the end of the, hang on, my phone notifications are loud here. Oops. Just make those a little quieter here. Hang on one second here. Sending a message. All right. So we started, I think we started sending some basic mouse inputs to the server. Because what's going to happen, and I was mentioning before that I was trying to like kind of minimize the amount of data being sent over the server. Because right now I'm sending just JSON strings. So for the data that's going back and forth between client and server, sending that over WebSockets. And what I'm basically doing on either end is doing a JSON stringify, and then, you know, passing in some object with some data. And that's getting, you know, stringified into a single just string of bytes. And then that gets sent down the pipe. And then on the other end, it gets parsed. You know, both client and server kind of do the same, have the same process. So I wanted to kind of minimize, because like JSON is cool, but it's well, there's overhead because it's a string and you got to convert that into like a JavaScript object. So there's, you know, the stringify process and the parsing process to stringify to convert that object into something, and then the parsing process to take it as a string and then turn it into a JavaScript object. And that stuff is slow relative to just sending like some bytes and then just reading those bytes as necessary. So I was playing around with kind of just speed and testing with sending like just raw bytes, sending like a buffer, an array buffer between client and server, and kind of just doing some speed tests with that. And that was pretty cool because it's significantly faster. Although there's also some other dumb speed limitations as far as just dealing with like raw bytes with JavaScript is just it's not a super nice process, and it tends to be slow and messy. So, but I still think that'll be much, I mean, we're talking like order of magnitude faster. I mean, I was literally in my tests, I was seeing 10 times the parsing speed over doing JSON. And also like 60% data. I don't know. We'll look at that stuff a little bit later. I'm gonna keep using JSON for now, just because of its ease of use for development. But eventually, then we'll end up kind of refactoring the JSON side of it into just using the bytes of an array buffer. So, and the reason for that is I'm going to be sending all the mouse movements, all of the player mouse movements are going from the client up to the server. So that's a lot of data. And from the server to the client, there's going to be less data, but basically I wanted the process, I wanted the amount of data being sent to be as small as possible, and I wanted the speed at which you're actually reading the data and then executing something based on that to be like as minimal as possible. So I think the JSON side of things, while it's very convenient, it's going to be much slower in the long run, and maybe not even much slower in practically for Populus. We'll see. We'll see kind of once I really get down to messing around with that, we'll see about actually testing Populus or trying to somehow benchmark Populus performance client server and between JSON and using like an array buffer or something like that. So all of that being said, I started sending, so I think, well, let's look at our clients here. I think we need to refresh. Whoops, both, this and this. So what is this printing here? That's from WebSockets wrapper. And then in Marathon, I'm sending the bubbles. I don't know why. Okay. All right. So, and I am sending mouse movement or clicks or something. I'm sending something to the server because now I said player hit bubble 0, player hit bubble 1. I don't know if I was sending every mouse movement or if I was sending just mouse hits or the cursor, when you actually try to pop a bubble. So we'll get back into that. See what we did. So basically, I've got all my client code here and my server code here. So that's kind of how I've been. When I'm dealing with both, I like to not confuse myself, and that kind of helps. Okay, let's get rid of some of these messages because they're annoying. I didn't know about this until not that long ago, but you can scroll in. Let's close these. Well, now that I've closed it, that doesn't matter. But you can scroll up in the header there, and it'll up in our little file tabs there, and it'll move back and forth. That's kind of nice. Kind of nice. So, no, that's supposed to be there. Where are we console logging? Up here, up there. Guess we better console. There, here, no. Cursor down, units. There we go. All right, so we can get rid of this. Yes. Okay, that's fine. I know we're 17 minutes in, but I'm going to take a bathroom break. It's kind of what I do. Frequent bathroom breaks. It's kind of my shtick. So, all right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. I know what you're thinking. Jared, if you weren't so darn hydrated, maybe you would stop taking bathroom breaks. But maybe I'm not that hydrated. I feel like I am. I don't know. I usually try to keep sipping on water. And especially when I'm streaming, talking, dries out the throat. So, and I've noticed this kind of weird thing, like if I drink too much water, it almost like makes my head dizzy. It makes me like feel a little dizzy or like kind of, I don't know if that's actually the cause, but I feel like on times where I drink too much water, not too much, but I just drink a lot of water, I feel like I kind of end up with this like dizziness. It could be unrelated. It could just be like, I don't know. I'm probably just spewing crap. But anyway, what are we actually trying to accomplish here right now? Well, I'm just trying to look at what I did last on Tuesday and try to figure out if what I'm doing is good so far. So we've got our web, again, client code is over here, server code is here, so it makes that distinction, you know, keeps me from confusing myself. I know I added these events to our WebSockets wrapper. Our WebSockets wrapper object. I'll say object. And these, so this is listening for cursor moved and cursor down. So the cursor moved is obviously whenever your mouse is moving on the screen or in the window. The cursor down is happening obviously when either you press the space bar or click the mouse. It doesn't, I know that seems like that should be like mouse down or something, but that's why I actually use cursor instead of the word mouse, because the mouse down is kind of separate. Cursor down is kind of like the game version of mouse down. The gameplay code version of the mouse down. So we're sending, okay, so I set up this Boolean here, property of our WebSockets wrapper, this dot playing. So kind of like a state that gets set. I remember I did that on Tuesday. So that way we're not listening to every cursor moved event, or we're not trying to send data to the server for every cursor moved event. And I'd like to probably, in fact, I thought I created a to-do for that. Oh, I did. Yeah, up here. Yeah, that's right. My to-do that says, think more about if this is a good idea. Gotta love to-do messages like that. So what I meant by that is, I don't know if currently with the engine, basically you have entities in the engine, right? And as far as what my code what an entity is in my code basically just means something that listens to events, like game events. So what happens is, so like in the constructor of an entity, it loads up, you kind of define your events, and then those get loaded up, and then that entity is listening to those events. But what I didn't really add was a way to kind of toggle on and off events. Like you could do it, but I didn't really add like, or at least I didn't really think about a very specific way that should be happening. If that makes sense. Like I didn't really, basically what I initially started with was like when you initialize an entity, those event listeners get registered, and then when you destruct an entity, those event listeners get pulled out, and that's like how you get rid of an object that you no longer need. Besides kind of typical JavaScript, like garbage collection kind of stuff, just trying to make sure you don't have a reference to that object anymore. So the one thing is I added this playing Boolean to basically kind of be that toggle for the mouse movements and everything. So it's always, basically our WebSockets wrapper object is always listening to cursor moved, cursor down events. But basically the if this playing Boolean is like toggled on or off. So, I mean, for right now it's fine, but I think I will kind of maybe start to look a little bit at like a better way to kind of handle moving entities in and out. So, okay, so we're not actually sending any cursor moved or cursor movements to the server yet. We're just sending, if a cursor down fires, we are sending that to the server. So I want to look at one thing here quick. I want to anytime we do a cursor down, I want to look. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it does refire those, which is fine. I never actually tried that. That's just the natural keyboard event that's repeats, the repeating or whatever. That's kind of funny. That's a lot of errors. 352. Okay, so that's fine. Actually, that is kind of a good point I didn't really think about. That cursor down, the repeating keyboard thing firing. It's really not that big a deal, but maybe that's something to address at some point. I'm going to make a little to-do for that. Let's just make a little to-do. If spacebar press multiple cursor downs. Spacebar is held. I'll say if spacebar is held. Oops. There we go. Okay. I'm hitting fat fingering all these keys right now. Spacebar is held. Multiple cursor downs. Fire. Oops. Okay, I can't type it all. Okay. So I think let's look at the server real quick. Oh yeah, one thing we need to do. Weemy, good morning, mate. Weemy, how's it going? Good to see you. So the bubble on the server. Oh yeah. I created this thing here, this player 1 state, player 2 state thing. So for each bubble, we're gonna have to be keeping track of the state for each player, right? Like, did that player pop that bubble? Did that player, whatever. Weemy just got home from work. Nice. You doing some streaming today? Okay, so I set these up, but we're not actually using them yet. I'm trying to think. Like, this sounds like a stupid little problem, but I've been trying to think of a way to, like, a simple way to, like, distinguish between player 1 and player 2. And I've also toyed with the idea of, like, oh, maybe do I leave it a little open and maybe don't make these, like, distinct player 1, player 2, but, like, have a player multiple, like an array of players maybe that actually that might not be a bad idea. Something like that. Because who knows, we might get to a point where it's like, maybe it's a 5-player thing or something, or some n number of players. Weemy, nope, tomorrow. Do you have a strict schedule, Weemy, for streaming? How are you and how's it going? I'm doing well. Thanks. Weemy, yes. Okay, gotcha. Very strict. Nice. Did I say strict schedule? Oh yeah, I used that word. Strict schedule. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. We're working on multiplayer now. So basically, all I have for multiplayer right now is, well, to start a multiplayer game, I made this a little, this is actually a little button, this red circle here. So I can click that to queue for multiplayer. And then if I click out on another player, then they'll match up. And then they get the same bubbles. But that's basically about all I have right now. So we're right now, if you pop bubbles or whatever, those aren't getting sent to the server. Well, kind of. Shrug multiplayer. Yeah. So, I was thinking about these state things. What if we did like a player match ID or something? Like a little just an index or something for each player object on the server. For each match, local for each match. Multiplayer programming slapped me hard and I don't like it. Gotcha. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, yeah, it's a whole nother like. Well, yeah, and I guess maybe it depends on how you approach it too. Like in my case, my game is all, and I think you had kind of a similar thing, maybe. Depends on the project too, I guess. Right. And I think like in your case, you might have been dealing with a similar thing, like where your client is doing a bunch of stuff. Or you're doing the optimistic kind of client where like you're just everything that happens, you're trusting on the client, like every interaction that the player does for like latency's sake. Which is kind of what I'm doing. Like I'm basically saying I built like the single player completely. I don't trust anything from the client. Well, what I mean by that is I'm like in my case, I built the single player completely first, and then the multiplayer is going to be kind of just hooking into that when you're in a multiplayer match. And then firing off, so if I do like a normal single player game, like it's playing whatever, and it's all happening 100% on the client. Oh, I don't even know if you knew this, Weemy, but the game's live now. Did you know? Did it? Maybe you hung out. I have just the obviously just the single player running. Populus.gg. Yeah, went live with that a couple weeks ago, so it's there. Just kind of a little informal test version of it right now, but but what I was explaining is that I'm gonna have, like the multiplayer is still going to behave the exact same way as the client. Like the client is just going to play the game no matter what. And then like popping bubbles and everything is going to be instant and snappy as if it were on the client. But then all that stuff's getting fired off to the server in the background too. And the server will be validating that. Any bot detection. That will be something to obviously address at some point. We'll see. This might be kind of a hard game to detect bots with. We'll see. Unless maybe we do, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. But I'm actually thinking about maybe bots being part of the game too for like the multiplayer stuff. So actually having bots be another aspect of the game. But we'll see. I'll get to that when we get to it. But basically what I was trying to say, and I didn't say it very well, is kind of, I'm going to be having like an optimistic UI in that sense, that term, whatever, where like the client's just going to say, okay, I'm going to just proceed assuming that everything, like showing graphics on the screen, assuming that the server is trusting everything that I am doing, which like probably 99% of the time will be, probably higher percentage than that will be true. And then the server will be validating and trying to say, okay, is this a valid, a valid thing that the player's not, like if there was just instantly like 5 bubble pops just immediately right in a row with like some sort of, like I'd like to at least have that be bot detected on the server, right? So the server will just be able to say, okay, yeah, there's no way the player popped. And part of that's just going to be me doing a little bit of analytics to kind of figure out the threshold of like user pops, how many pops per second. Anyway, I'm getting down on a little rabbit trail of what I was saying. But basically the client is just going to assume, it's just going to keep going with the game, assuming that everything the server says or assuming that the server trusts everything. And in those cases where the server says, well, no, I don't think so, it'll fix that. It'll send like the correction back to the client. So if there was like a slight pop that the client would say, oh, I popped this, but then the server says, no, I don't think so, the server would send the correction back and say, no, you have to go back, whatever. But again, like I feel like that's like a 99.9%, that's like a 0.001% of the time that would happen, probably less than that. Because as long as you're just playing the game normally, I feel like there's not going to be a lot of like, I don't know about that, or I don't know about whatever. I mean, we'll see. Getting into latency compensation and everything, that's going to be another thing to deal with. And we'll see about how I approach that. But but anyway. Oh yeah, so the player state thing, I was thinking maybe each player has a match property. And maybe we're going to do like a match player ID or something. I guess we would set that to null as well. And then this would be like the players, this would be like, are you player 1 or player 2 in the match kind of thing, right? Or maybe if we go with player 3, player 4, or player 5 kind of thing at some point. So that to me seems like it makes the most sense. Because that way I can not have to deal with like player 1 state, like just this hard property, player 1 state, player 2 state. Like we can have an array of players instead. Now we could have this dot player states, and then there would be a player 0, player 1 thing. So yeah, I'd like to, I need to actually start separating these player checks here, because right now I kind of copied over some of the logic from the client here where we're doing check hit, check traversal. So that's checking if the mouse is over the bubble. This is checking if the player popped the bubble. Yeah, so let's look at, 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 let's lo What am I actually? How am I doing? How am I? Because right now I'm doing this check hit. I'm calling check hit. Or no, actually no. I guess I'm. Oh, so yeah. Okay, never mind. Never mind here. Yeah. So then let's. Where is this getting called from? Match player. End match player quit. Send target bubble ID to opponent. Ooh, this can go away. This is old. Oh no, actually we are going to need something like this. Right? I'll leave this for now. All right, player cursor down. Yeah, this is what we're doing. So I'm doing, so this is the method, or the, yeah, this is a method getting fired. Let's see. Oh, okay. Cursor down, player.match.player cursor down. Okay. Player. If not player match.create, waiting player. All right, I guess we're going to keep that for now. Let's look at the match.create, player 1, player 2, match end handler. Let's make this, instead of player 1, player 2, we're going to make this players, an array of players. So players, and oh, I guess same thing with new match. I'm going to make this players and a players array. And then we have new match. Oh, I already actually did that. Yeah, we're going to roll with that. Oh, so I already am kind of doing that a bit. And then in the application, wherever, okay, so in this case, then we would do an array here, waiting player and player, which is fine. So at some point, we have just like very basic little matchmaking here, where if you say I want to play, you get put into an array of waiting players. And then basically if another player plays, it checks that array of waiting players. And then if there's a player in there, it shifts that player out, the first player out of that array. And then, well, I said that kind of backwards, but then creates a match between the two players. So the other thing we need to do is now, okay, so in match.create, I'm going to create this ID, which is basically just going to be the index of the player in the players array. So where am I setting? Oh, where is the match property actually getting set to? Oh, in that. Yes, okay. So then in here, I will create this player match ID. Player match ID isn't a good match. Player index, player ID, match player ID. Yeah, I think that's going to be the best name. So player.match equals this. And then I should pull the index here. Or I guess we'll just call this I. So players.forEach, and then we'll do player.match player ID is going to equal I. Okay. So from here, I'm kind of assigning player 1, player 2 kind of things. In this case, it'll just be player 0, player 1, whatever. Just their index in this players array of the match. So then whoops, we can do, for each bubble, we kind of need to do the same thing. So wherever we're initializing our bubbles and everything, I got to look at that. So then match, I guess that's in match create. Oh. Maybe we can do the bubble creation. Let's see here. Yeah, because right now the bubbles get created first, and then those get passed in through to the constructor of the match. But we could probably I could just remove that and set the bubbles array later, like do this after, because we need to. Do we? Because match.init is where those player numbers get set up. The match player IDs get set up. So we need to. No, actually, what we can do. Bubbles.push, bubble.create. I guess we could just pass like the player count. Yeah, that's probably the best thing. So in bubble.create, we could take like a player count. Maybe I should create a class for this bubble state or something. Player bubble state, maybe. Player bubble state. Traverse, popped, initialized, pop time. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we'll do a new file, player bubble state.js, and then class player bubble state, and we'll do module.exports equals player bubble state. Great. Constructor. Okay, so then we'll do traverse popped. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to pass anything into traversed. False. Okay, so traverse popped initialized popped time. Yeah, we'll keep the popped time for now, I guess. Oh, I have to do this. And I was going to say something looked a little funky there. Guess we can. Okay. All right. So I don't know if I really actually wanted to do this, but maybe not. H brob. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers. Wow, look at all that use of Unicode characters. That's swell. I do want to become famous, but there we go. All right. Weemy Whoop Bots. Yep. Yeah, was that you, Weemy? You passing me famous, become famous bots? All right. So. Nah, I'm too busy trying to break your game. Nice. Nice. That's what Evan tried to do too right away. I don't know if he got anywhere. He was just trying to send in mouse inputs. All right. So Retro, I gave up for now on the bot. Gotcha. Yeah, somebody brought that up the other day that I wasn't, I didn't have the, I don't have the JavaScript wrapped in an IIFE. So I was like, yeah, I should probably do that. It was literally just like one extra line in one extra little switch in my minifier to add that in, but I don't really care at this point too much about that. Okay, so I think what we've got here looks good. Doing a class for this thing. Maybe we don't. I don't know. Maybe that's not that big a deal. We need to go the obfuscate thing, or however you spell it. Yeah, you got it. I think obfuscate. I just have a minifier, not really like I'm just using TraceRacer JS. Just like I just have like the npm package for TraceRacer just globally installed. And I think I added the IIFE switch in there now. Let's see here. What is the name of that? Build bundle? Build bundle? Start build? Oh, build. Oh, actually, no. The IIFE I added to. Okay, so I'm doing two different things to build the client. I have a bundle.js that I named. But basically, I'm using rollup, which is an npm package. I have it globally installed. And then I just pull that gets rid of that merges, undoes all the modules, because I'm using all ES6 modules for all of these JavaScript files, which works great in the browser, because I can still keep all my like file names and everything and my lines, or it works great for development. And then I added in this format IIFE for going forward. That the current live version doesn't actually have everything wrapped in an IIFE, but yeah, so I do roll up to put them all into one file, I think, and then I'm using TraceRacer, and then to minify whatever. And it does that M's like mangle, but there's no like obfuscation. I don't know if I really care about obfuscation. I might open source this at some point. We'll see, or post it publicly. Okay, so we created this new player bubble state class, which maybe that's kind of overkill for what we need, but We'll import that in here. Player bubble state equals require player bubble state. And then for each player, I guess I'll pass in a player count. That'll be the last parameter there. And then in the match create, we create all the bubbles and we'll pass the player count, which would be players.length. And then, oops, and then, yes, okay. So then for each, or what do I do here? For each bubble, then when we construct it, we'll do this dot player state equals an array. Is that what I want to do? Like an array like this of new. Oh, or do I do no, it's just the player count. Man, what's the best way to do this? So, oh, I already did player states. Okay. All right, what's the best way to do this? So for each, well, we just have a for loop. Yeah, because I don't have an array, so I can't do some array method. I need to actually just do like a for. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I need like just a little like helper function. That's probably going to be the cleanest way to do this. Function, setup, player states. Yeah, let's just do that. And then player count. And then we'll do, okay, so we need an array, so then we would have const player states, and then it's going to equal just a blank array, and then at the very end we're going to return that player states array. And then we're going to do little for loop for let I equals 0, I is less than player count, I plus plus, and then we're gonna do a new player bubble state for each of those, right? Oh, then so player states dot push new player bubble state. And we don't pass any parameters to the constructor at all. Okay, so that's exactly what we want. Then here, we'll call that function setup player states, and we're going to pass player count in. And I feel like we don't actually need to put that to a property. Yeah, because we're never gonna. Well, okay. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I know I just went not that long ago. Actually, it's been like 40 minutes. That's not bad. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages. All right, we're back. Okay, so this should be all fine and dandy now. Right? Because we need these state objects for every bubble. And then now what we need is check hit doesn't get called. Check hit shouldn't be called individually. It should be called by this thing. Okay, so we're going to need to pass in like the player ID or whatever now. Not the player ID, but the player match. What is that thing called now? The match player ID for that player. So that's like player 1, player 2, that thing. So it's not like a player ID where you have some unique ID in the midst of all the players that are connected to the server. It's just a player ID for that given match. So Badger's back, hanging out. How's it going, Badger? Player cursor moved. Yeah, we're working on that. Let's see here. All right, so I don't know what I'm doing here. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I wanted to check when this check hit shouldn't ever be called. It's like I feel like, yeah, this check hit method is to check. This checks a point in 2D space against this given bubble to see if that point in 2D space is inside of the bubble or not. So I forget what the check hit method is getting called in two different places in check traversal method, which is check traversal. Check traversal kind of wraps around that because okay. Badger throwing in the bits. Thanks, Badger. Always appreciate it. You're very generous with the bits. Time to add music. Not yet. At some point. Yeah, I don't know when we'll get to it, but I do write music actually. I got a couple guitars there, so there will be some music, some custom music for the game. So, yes, at some point I am excited about that. But unfortunately, that's going to be kind of one of the last. Maybe I should learn to talk first. Music will be kind of at the end of the process. That's what I'm trying to say. Same thing with sound, unfortunately. I do think sound will be an important part of the game. But again, that'll end up being kind of an extra thing at the end. And it might not even be worth my time to do that either, because I'm not necessarily trying to. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how far I push this game, how far in development I want to push it. All right, so yeah. Here's a problem here. Okay, actually, this method is fine. The check hit is fine. This can stay because it's just using this local parameter that comes in, and it's using its size and radius and position, or its position and radius. So that is fine. The check traversal. When we do a check traversal, we need to now that we've got two different player states, because this check hit is basically just taking a 2D position, an X and a Y position, a vector 2, if you will. I don't actually use a formal vector 2 kind of object, but basically my mouse is coming in on some XY position, right, as I move it, and then every time I move it, all the bubbles are checking that new mouse position with to see if the position of the cursor, doing your math, your hypotenuse stuff, your Pythagorean theorem that you learned in 6th grade, or grade 6 for those of you who aren't in America. So it's doing the little Pythagorean theorem there. JavaScript has a little hypot function built in. Who would have thought? So then we do that. We check it against if the position, the length from the cursor to the center of the circle is less than the radius of the circle. Then we know that cursor's inside of the circle. And then, so that's all. This function's kind of a nice little helper function here. Like it's just kind of it takes in just a 2D position and then checks that 2D position against, actually, never mind. That's not quite true because it's using this. But anyway, so then the check traversal method is the one that's kind of checking state and everything to see if stuff is correct here, and then it is then in turn calling check hit when it needs to. So, and setting state here appropriately. But what we need to change this to, because now we've got this player states array. So again, I copied this code from the client side, which this is valid for all the client code for the browser, because you're just keeping track of your own bubble popping. But on the server, we need to keep track of that for the players in the match, for each player in the match. So then this is a matter of now having to pass in like a player ID. We'll call this player match ID. And then, because that's what I'm calling it in the player object, right? Match player ID. Match player ID. So this will get passed in to the check traversal. And then that way, the check traversal can then, I guess, take, yeah, so then this can take, this thing needs to be fast as possible. So we'll do some speed testing with that, I think. But for right now, I feel like I'm just gonna have to do a for loop that will then, we'll do const player, what do I want to call this? Player state, const player state. And this will be, we need to match that player. Const player state equals. what's the best way to do this right now? Do I have to do this? Do I have to do let? I guess we'll just do this. Let player state. And then we're going to do the for loop for let I equals 0. I is less than this dot player states dot length. I plus, plus plus. And then player state will equal, I need to do an if. So if match player ID equals 1. Or equals 1. If match player ID equals I, then we're going to do we're going to set the player state object equals this dot player states I, and then we're going to break. We're going to break. Yes. Okay. All right. So that I feel like there might be a better way to do this. Yeah, I'm going to make a little to do for right now. To do, optimize this. There we go. All right, so then we're finding the player, we're getting the appropriate player state object for this bubble, right? We're inside of a bubble right now, inside of a single bubble object here. So and then each bubble now has an array of player states for each player. And we get the player state object for the given player when this check traversal method is called. So then it's a matter of this. Instead of this here, I think we're changing. I don't know what I just did. Instead of this, then we're doing player state dot pop player state dot traversed, player state dot traversed, player state dot traversed. Oh, and this can go away. Or wait a minute, actually. Ooh, yeah, I'm actually going to need a function. I'm going to create a function for this, for finding the player. Or a method, I guess. We'll do get player state match player ID. Yeah, we're going to create this as a function because we're going to need this in a bunch of places. Okay, and then, so basically this. Okay, but instead of break, we'll do return, and we'll return the player state. Ooh, no, wait a minute. That's not right. If match player ID equals I, then we're just going to return. Oh, we can just do this as a one-liner. We can return player states I. Yes. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. So we're getting the player state for this given bubble. We've got a method now for it. And Retro, I've been AFK. No worries. Is this game actually going to have music? I would like to. It's kind of like on a we'll see kind of basis right now. Because obviously that's kind of unfortunately kind of a thing that kind of comes at the end for right now, at least as far as I'm prioritizing things. So maybe that's the question. I would like to. I'd like to have some kind of fast, upbeat, groovy kind of music. So and sound as well. Some nice sound design. Okay, so actually I'm gonna move this little to-do note down to here. just to kind of remind myself to maybe think a little more about how I'm doing this and try to make this better. Okay, so now we can do const player state, and we can call our new method, which is get player state. Oh yeah, this dot get player state, and then we pass in the match player ID. Okay. Cool. All right, so now this should all be working. And what am I doing? Let's go back up to, because I am testing mouse movements on the server, or cursor downs on the server here, right? Application cursor down. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So if player match dot player cursor down. Needs to be some sort of thing on here where we really want to make sure that we're not getting, if a player's not currently in a match, we don't want to be getting like cursor movements from them. We really don't want to be wasting time. And that currently is handled on the client, but this would be one of those cases where we need to like parse stuff from the client. And if a player's not in a match and we're getting cursor down events, then we've got some hackery going on, that sort of thing. Okay, so sorry, I let out a little grunt there, just doing a little stretching, you know. Okay, so player cursor down. So let's actually look at what this method is. Player cursor down. So match, we got player cursor down. We come, oh yes, okay, so here, actually, let's do a new, maybe we're gonna start sending the mouse movements to the server right now. Let's do this dot socket dot send. That's not what in the world. What? Okay. Sometimes Visual Studio Code, I don't know what it does. It just tries to like give you all these things. Oh, actually, what did I type? I typed REQ. That might not actually be require to const. Oh, actually, that's not VS Code. That's my shortcut package, or short. What is this thing called? What is this extension called? Short something. Snippets. ES6 code snippets. Yes. And that's kind of nice because I use it for console log all the time. So that way when if I want a console log, I just type CLG and then tab, and then it does a little console log, and then I can just quick spit in my little message, which is kind of nice. Makes me lazy, but it's kind of nice. All right, so this request, I should shorten that to rec, actually, REQ instead of request. But I don't really care about that right now because that doesn't matter, and that's all going to go away at some point in the future anyway. So we're going to pass a position. That's going to be the units thing. I'm just copying what I've already done here with the cursor down. So right now I'm on the client code, and I'm sending. We're sending the mouse position every movement right now. Which that needs to be all tweaked and everything, but just to get us going. Cursor move. Cursor move or cursor moved? What should that be called? Player bubbles. What am I looking for? Application. Okay. Case, cursor down, cursor move. What do I call it on the client? Because let's just use that. That's not the right place. Player input. That's what I'm looking at. Cursor move. We'll just call it cursor move. Yeah, we're just going to call it cursor move. So case, cursor move. So this is, we're switch casing through our request that comes from the client now on the server. So if we receive a cursor move request, then we'll do something with that. So we'll do this little check if player match, then player.match.player. We don't have a method for that yet. Player, or no, not, it's on the match. Player cursor down. Oh, we do have a method for that. Player cursor moved. Look at that. I was very conscientious towards myself there. Okay, so we got player cursor moved method. We fire that off. And then do we need to actually pass the whole player object into that or just the ID? Probably just the ID. But the ID, we just created that right now, so. Okay, so. Oh, no. Well, actually, what do we want to do for that? I guess we'll just send the ID. Ooh, yeah, and I don't want to do a for each here. Don't want to do a for each. Because bubbles never overlap, so if the player is currently colliding with one bubble, then get out of there. Don't keep looping over all the bubbles. Yes. So I'll change this right now. This dot bubbles dot. That's not what I want to do. For a for loop. Have I forgotten how to do that? Let I equals 0. I is less than this dot bubbles dot length. So we're looping over every bubble here. Or if we find that the player is hitting a bubble, then we're going to break the loop. So for each bubble, we're going to do the check hit thing. If this dot bubbles I dot check hit. And we're going to pass pose and yeah, right now I'm just logging. We're not doing anything if the player hits a bubble. We haven't gotten that far yet. But if the player hits a bubble, then I guess we'll keep doing console.log player hit bubble, and then I was showing the ID of that bubble that they hit. All right, so that's good. I can get rid of this loop that was wasting our time and energy. And then, okay, so we've got cursor moved. So we basically need to do the same thing with the cursor moved. Yeah, I should probably just have like a little like method to actually do this part, but that's all right. Yeah, because literally these are the same exact things. It just needs to be like a player hit bubble method or something, and then these things would just be like checking for the different whatever. Anyway, that's not important right now. So this will say player popped bubble, player moved over bubble. Oops. Okay. Okay. Player popped bubble, player moved over bubble. And is the check hit thing, actually we don't want check hit. We don't want to do this check hit method. We need to do the traversal thing. Yeah, let's look at what we do on the client, because basically we're just mirroring what we're doing on the client side already. So the bubble, no. Yeah, the bubble. We're looking at the bubble here. Our given bubble, right? This dot check. Okay. Yes. Oh, there's a cursor drag started event too. Okay. I forgot about that. There's a cursor drag started event. Cursor drag moved. Cursor drag moved interp. Right? Is cursor drag started still being used? Cursor down, up, cursor. Actually, maybe that's not even being used anymore. Guess not. Cursor drag started. Oh, it's commented out. That's the only one we've got. Okay. So let's get rid of that event handler then on the bubble. Cursor drag started. That's one thing I need to do with my code. I need to like maybe go through like kind of a meta programming thing, like go through and find like all the events where they get set up, like in the source code files themselves, and then like maybe like then I need to like look at what's happening runtime and just see kind of something. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Okay. Retro MMO, dropping knowledge bombs. Yeah, I started to do a little thing like what I was explaining last week. Or I was checking for leaks. Actually, I think I was talking to you about that, Retro. I was like checking for like any event handler or any event listeners that like wouldn't go away properly when like the object, the entity went away. And I found like one that was kind of leaky because of that little thing that I did, whatever. Okay, so we're looking pretty good, I think, for the, well, oh no, well, wait a minute though. Okay, so for the, yeah, I was directly calling this check hit method, but I feel like the check hit should only be called internally by the bubble itself, inside of the check traversal. Yeah, so we need to be calling check traversal here instead. Oh yeah, and I was talking about player match. What I was gonna pass actually here, and I think we're gonna pass exactly what we need. Nothing more, nothing less. So instead of passing the whole player object, because that doesn't really matter, at least right now, we're gonna pass just this player.match player ID. Look at that. All right, player cursor moved message.pose, I guess. Wow, yeah, these are literally the same exact thing. I need to have like just a handler for these. Oh, we need a break at the end of our switch case. Need a break there. Pro tip. Probably just don't even use switch case is the pro tip. Okay. Okay, okay. Player cursor moved. Yeah, I think, yeah. Now I'm sending the ID, match player ID or whatever that thing is. Okay, so player.match.player cursor down. Match player ID, that's what it's called. That's such an awful name. Match player ID is basically the player 1, player 2 kind of thing. Except it starts at 0. Player 0, player 1. So it's a when a player's in a match, they get the ID, but it's just local to that match that they're currently in. Oh, which reminds me, I need to make sure that that variable gets cleared out. Yes. Where I'm setting this player.match equals null, we need to do match player ID. Oh my goodness, match player ID equals null as well. Right? Yeah, here's where we're setting it. Player.match, player.match. That should be the only 2 spots where we're actually setting or ending that. Or maybe in here too? No. All right. Okay, so we're coming in hot with our match player ID now for these functions, for these methods. So we're going to pass, these need to get, okay, so this needs to no longer be the check hit. This needs to be check traversal, right? Okay, so what is the check traversal? Looks a little different. Actually, I guess we'll say, I don't need to do anything else with this, so I'm going to do position. Pose, and then we'll pass pose to these, and then I can get rid of the destructuring thing. Okay, pose, match player ID. Yeah, that's kind of just annoying. So then I need to do wait a minute. Oh, okay, so I need to get rid of, yeah, now I can get rid of this. We can do pose, or what's the order of these? Check, oh, this needs to be check traversal. Check traversal. Right? Yeah, what? Okay, so we have cursor down, cursor moved, and we have cursor moved interp, or interpolated cursor movement position. Yeah, okay. Hey, wait, what about, that's right. The match, that's right. The match needs to actually be handling the down. Yes, okay. All right. Another very brief bathroom break here, and then we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere unless you want to. I can't force you to stick around, so. All right, we are back. So, you know what? Badger's been throwing those bits in there, and I need to show that on screen somehow with Streamlabs. Is there an easy way to do that without? Is it a label? All right, I'll have to look at that later. But anyway, all right, getting back into it here. Retro. Throwing down some bits. Thanks. Thanks, Evan. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was just going to add like a little label for the bits in there to like show the person's name or whatever, but I don't know. I'll have to get that whatever more dialed in. All right, so I don't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was realizing that I'm doing NPNP. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate appreciate you throwing some bits my way. IDK, what it is about my setup at my day job, but it lets me watch so many ads for bits. Is that I didn't know about that. It's interesting. I don't know if it's related to IP address user agent. Gotcha. I didn't know that you got bits through watching ads. Do you? I guess you're saying that, so. Is that part of like what the stream, is that like part of the channel points somehow? If you click on the bit icon, then get bits. Oh, okay. Interesting. And then from there, it lets you just like take. Then from there, it lets you just say, oh, convert ad view into bits or something. Ad viewing. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, what I was realizing is that our player cursor moved method can't actually, or wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, this is what we want, I think. For right now, I don't care. I'm just gonna go with okay. So player cursor down. We're gonna we're going to do check traversal. Or maybe let's just get rid of cursor down right now. We're going to do check traversal. And now instead of this, we're going to do, oh my goodness. What did I just do there? Oh, okay. This. And we need to do pose, right? Where's check traversal? Bubble. Check traversal, we're passing the position, and then the match player ID, which is just getting forwarded in through the player cursor moved. Okay. Check traversal, position, match player ID. Great. And then let's just, well, we can technically leave that. Okay, so then player, oh, we'll do player $, this. We're going to do player, match player ID, moved over bubble. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. I've donated thousands of bits over the course of months, but never spent a penny. Oh, nice. That's kind of cool. I've literally never done that at all. With, I've never looked, I guess I've never looked at it. I don't even know where the show bits thing is when you're viewing a video or viewing someone else's stream. I'll have to look into it. Does it like make you watch more ads then if you say that? Like, oh, I want to donate bits through from ad money. Does that like say, okay, then for that streamer, you're going to watch more ads or something? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm still trying to figure the whole Twitch thing out. I really have no idea what's going on. All right, so okay, so this should actually be good, and if I'm not mistaken, this might even be working right now. So let's look at this quick. Cursor move, player match, player cursor moved, pass the player match ID, the match position. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So now if you click a button and it pops open a modal where the ad runs. It's not like the oh, it's like an explicit little thing. Like, I want to get some bits. I can just watch an ad right now, and then some bits will pop up or whatever. We'll go. Nice. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right, so this should, in theory, this should work now. So let's jump into a match here. And I need to be looking at my server console here because it's going to explode with mouse movement events here. So we'll queue up for a match. There we go. Okay. Cannot read property popped of undefined. Okay, so we do have an exception here. And that destroyed the server. Cannot read property popped of undefined bubble.check traversal. Okay. Hey, that should be good. Bugs. I didn't think bugs were possible. Cannot read property popped of undefined. So that's this thing here. Maybe I put pooped somewhere. That might be it. Bubble.js 28. So that's 28. So this is where we're having the issue. Player state.popped. We got a popped thing right here. If player state, maybe we didn't. Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, it's popped isn't the problem. It's we can't read the property popped of undefined. So this player state is undefined right now. Okay, so we didn't quite get that set up the way we wanted quite yet here. So for some reason this failed. Where's that method? Get player state, match player ID. All right, so let's look at quickly. Let's look at CLG. We're gonna look at. I'm gonna print two things. We're gonna print player states. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Player, yeah, this dot player states, because maybe that's. Actually, let's do that right up here. CLG, this dot player states. All right, so right in the constructor there, we'll just print the players. Okay, so we fire up a match, a bunch of empty arrays fired off there. Why were there that many Oops. Okay. Why were there that many empty arrays? Okay, so setup player states, our nice little function here is failing big time. I probably did okay, player count, that's probably not getting set. Oh, we're not actually passing the player count into the bubble. That's got to be what it is. Okay, so yes, that's the problem. So in our create method for a bubble, so when we create a bubble, we need to actually pass the player count. In order for the bubble to have states for each player. Missed a couple messages here. Yep, okay, retro. Yep, they cap it per day for some reason. They cap me super high at my day job's Wi-Fi. Oh, I gotcha. So that's what you're saying. That makes more sense now. What you're saying, where you're able to just like watch more. It's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Like you said about being related to IP address or something, that it would change. Bekitty, good job. Thank you. Bekitty is my wife, and she just hops in, you know, maybe once per stream and says good job. So just to kind of boost my morale, you know, when I'm feeling down. Retro MMO, good job. You guys are making me feel so good right now. Thank you. Weemy to go. Weemy, good job. Nice. Throwing in the custom Weemy emote. That's awesome. That's the blue. You got the blue beanie on that emote. That is great. That's your staple, right? The blue beanie. I've never seen one of your streams without the blue beanie, Weemy. Okay, so we're passing in the player count now to the bubble create. Am I in the right bubble? And then, yeah, the new, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the problem. All right, so then the bubble needs to actually pass the player count like that. Okay, but then we need to make sure that we're getting when we do bubble create, we actually are passing the player count in bubble.create. Yes, we are. Beautiful, brilliant. That should be it. Problem solved. I can be done for the day. Go home. All right. Actually, I already am home. Okay, so let's refresh these clients, which I think I actually just did that. Let's play. Okay. Why? That's still weird. Okay, so we're not quite there yet because we're not sending. Why are a bunch of these happening? Why are we seeing a bunch of these? Weemy, what's a blue beanie? That's a good question. Okay. All right, so I do want to find out why it just printed like a bajillion of these right in a row. Where are we printing that again? Match inside of the match? No, in the bubble constructor. Oh yeah, because it's happening for every bubble. Duh. Okay, well we know yeah, that's good. I don't care about that. All right, we get rid of the console log. We don't need that anymore. But now, why is for some reason the I don't know what I'm looking for. For some reason, check traversal is not firing. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I just realized something. So we're only firing the message if check traversal is true, which means it's only going to fire if you're hovering over a bubble. So now, no, okay, never mind. All right, so let's check traversal returns a Boolean, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, that might be part of our problem. All right, so. Oh, actually, that's fine. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So I don't want a console log here. I don't want to do that. I'm actually going to copy this. I'm actually going to copy this console log. No, actually, I'm not going to. Okay, so we want to, we don't need to do an if here. Do we? Player cursor moved. Yeah, we don't actually. There's no if statement to be had here. Just when the player moves, we just need to send that, basically forward that position to each bubble. But check traversal itself does not return anything. It just returns undefined. It's a void function, which is fine. So we check traversal against each bubble. So now I want to actually print. Actually, let's just do this. CLG. Wait, did I copy paste that? Nope. Okay. Console.log player $, match player ID. Player this moved the mouse. Okay, so we're printing this on the server. So we're going to refresh some clients here. We're going to queue up, and then we should see those messages printing now in here. 2, 1. Yep, a billion of them. Player 1 move the mouse. 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 And this should be player 0 move the mouse. Player 0 move the mouse. Player 0 move the mouse. Player 1 move the mouse. That's a lot of messages. I'm sending my clients should be sending 120 of those per second. That's a lot. That is if you're consistently moving the mouse, there'd be up to 120 per second. All right, so that's something that needs to change. So I might have crashed my browser. Nice. You're still trying to break stuff, Weemy? Oh. Also, I might have broken your game. Gotcha. Gotcha. Probably. Yeah, what are you trying to do exactly right now, Weemy? I don't know since my browser died. Yeah, gotcha. Trying to get as many pops a second as possible. Gotcha. Nice. Okay. Okay. All right, so we are sending a bunch of mouse movements to the server, which is great now. And okay, so player cursor down. Yeah, I need to actually do something different for that. So player cursor moved. This should be getting sent to the bubble every time. But the player cursor down needs to be checked against the match itself. Right? Am I right? Why did that refresh? What? What am I listening to here? FS Watch dot, right? Yeah, something's changing when I do. Maybe it's the VS Code directory or something. No, there's nothing in there. Some files getting written to whenever I like switch to a tab that's not been open for a while or something, and then my server restarts. I'll have to screw around with that. Okay, so we need, let's see. I need to actually start keeping track of the game state for I need to actually start keeping track of like all the bubble state. Because like right now, if I do a multiplayer match, like it works to do this. And then like the initial bubbles come down to each client, but then the initial bubbles go down to each client, but from that's about all that happens right now. And we're sending mouse inputs back up to the server right now. So we need to fix, or we need to start thinking about how I need to actually keep track of the game state now on the server, which is going to be pretty simple because it's basically the same as the client. The same logic that is going to happen, that happens on the client. So I can kind of start just copying and pasting some stuff over. Let's get rid of this thing. I don't need that. Marathon JS 186. Okay. All right. So let's see. Marathon. All right, so this is all the stuff that happens for each. Typically, on the client side, we're just keeping track of one player. So we've got cursor down, event. We're looping over each bubble to check if we hit the bubble. So that's basically already happening now in our match cursor down method, right? Player cursor down. But this time we've got different players that are going. Okay, so we need to do kind of, actually we need another thing here. We're going to need some player state on the match as well. Or do we have that on the match player ID? Yeah, actually maybe we should just have that on the... You know what? I just thought of something. Yes. Okay, I'm going to put... So I put this state thing, player bubble states. I put those on each bubble, but maybe those should be part of the player. Is what I'm thinking now. And then the player will just have its state, the player's state for each. For each. Maybe we should have like player. Yeah, let's just, I don't need to overthink this at this point. Let's just do this dot bubble states, yes. And that's going to equal an array. Oh, it says stats. Let's make that states. The other thing I want to do is, I'm trying to think how exactly I should. I guess I'll just do this dot target bubble ID. All of this should be in a match. There should be like a match state object. That's what I'm going to do that. Player match state. I'm going to create that in a class. So we're going to have player, whoops. We are going to have class player match state. And I guess we'll do constructor, and we're gonna pass the match in. Module.exports equals player match state. All right, so we're gonna actually take the match in. So we'll have, whoops, this dot match equal match. And then we'll do this dot bubble states. Whoops, bubble states. And that'll be the player bubble state thing. And then we'll have this dot target bubble ID. And we'll have, I guess this will equal 0 initially. Whoops. Okay, we can initialize that to 0. Bubble states, just an empty array, I guess. And then the match, what was that thing called? The match player ID. Okay. Whoops. This dot match player ID. What are we going to initialize that to? Okay. Init. Okay, so for then the init, we do that. Then we set up the match. Okay, so I guess maybe I'll create a method on player. Where we do set, just call it set match, I guess. Set match. The match will come in. And then we will import const player match state equals require, am I doing player match state? Wait, have I been doing the relative path for those imports? Yes, okay. And I guess, actually, all right, so we need to do the bubble state thing too. There's a lot of stuff. And this is kind of, I don't know, I don't really need to do these in their own classes, but I figure what the heck, we'll do it. We'll do it like that for right now so that I can kind of have a formal thing for these. So this dot match state, I guess, we'll do this dot match state equals new player match state, and then we'll pass the match in. And then when have we been doing the bubble thing? Match, okay, match.init. Yeah, when do we set up all those bubble states? Is that, oh, that's in the create bubbles, right? Players. Bubble players.length, right? Okay, so we don't actually need to do this anymore. We're going to create the bubbles. Yeah, we're going to create the bubbles like normal. The bubble's not going to keep. Ooh. Does that sound good? I guess what we'll do is match. Okay. All right. So yeah, so instead of this match getting set to nothing, this is just going to be player.setMatch, and then okay, so here we'll call player.setMatch. And then, oops, then we pass this in. And that's all we need to do. Oh, and we need to do match and ID. Okay, so I need to also add that in. So player set match is also going to have an I, or match player ID, I guess. Player ID. And then I guess we can pass that also in here. Player match state. match player ID, match player ID. Yeah, the bubbles will come later. Right? No? Player bubble state. All right, what is a player bubble state again? Traversed, popped, initialized, pop time. Is that what we want? Yeah, so I guess for each initialized, actually, we're going to get rid of that. Maybe. Let's get rid of that from, that doesn't matter for each player. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to get a little chilly here. Gonna bust out the fleece. Okay. Yeah, the player bubble state. Weemy, looks like I made it. You got as many pops per second as possible. Okay, so I think I can leave this. This is maybe kind of dumb to even have an op class for this, but we'll roll with it. And then player match state, I guess, would do set up bubble states for each bubble. Set up bubble state objects for each bubble, right? I guess create bubble states. Oops. Const player bubble state equals require player bubble state. Okay. Unexpected token class. Okay, create bubble states. So I guess we're going to pass in the number, num bubbles, which would just be, okay, so bubble const bubble states equals an array. And then we're going to be returning that array, return bubble states. And then it's going to be a matter of just looping for as many bubbles as we have. So for let I equal 0, I is less than num bubbles, I plus plus. And then we need to create new. So then we're going to push, whoops, bubble states dot push new player bubble state. We don't pass anything to that, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's what we want. This is just a little helper function thing here. And then we're going to do that. This dot bubble states, create bubble states. Okay. Yeah, I like it, I think. And then it's just a matter of, okay, so that's to construct that, okay. And then it's just a matter of returning those. Okay, so wherever we're doing match, init player dot match. Oh, we're doing player dot set match now. Get rid of that. And then I guess we are doing, what is this, match state now it's called. Match. It's going to be this dot match state. So we set up this dot match state equals null. That's all we need. And then we'll just set match state to null, I guess. That's fine from here. Player dot match state equals null. That's all we need to do. Get rid of that. Brilliant. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that's not necessarily good. Well, that'll all change. Okay. All right, so now the state for the match and the players is now a set to each player object, which is good. All right, quick bathroom break here, and we'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Oh, I forgot to put my be right back message up. Sorry about that. You still hanging out, Weemy? Did you got the pops per second? And a ridiculously high amount of pops per second? Now I'm stuck at 8. Gotcha. Okay. So, we're doing this new match state thing, which is good, I think. And actually, that fixes that problem of the bubble state happening. Now we don't need this bubble state attached to a bubble object. So I'm going to get rid of all of that. Get rid of that. We're going to get rid of this. Function setup player states. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. We don't need this. We don't need to pass the player count in. We don't need the player count coming in through this create method. We don't need the player count here. Okay. That's kind of nice. Our bubble's back to just being a bubble with nothing fancy attached to it. I slammed the first 8 in a millisecond or so. Nice. Nice. That's actually kind of interesting that you say that, because I'll give you an insider secret as to why you hit 8. Unless you want to try to figure it out yourself. I don't know how long it would take you. I'm assuming you're hitting 8 because the bubbles are generated on demand. There's an array limit of 8. Yeah, so the bubbles start with 8 initially, and then it grows over time as you play. So once you pop, as soon as you pop that first bubble, then 9, then the array will be at 9. So I guess you're like maybe parsing that array once at the beginning, but you would need to like continually parse that array every pop, I would say, is what you want to do. So it's generating bubbles on the fly, but it just starts with 8. The reason why it's 8 is because it's 2 checkpoints worth. So, oh, actually, I might be wrong on that. It might not generate 9. It might not generate the 9th bubble until you pop the 4th bubble, because there's 4 bubbles per checkpoint. So bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, and then is checkpoint 1, and then checkpoint 2 is 5, 6, 7, or 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I need to figure out the rest in loops in browsers. Yeah, crashing. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so it's generating those bubbles on the fly. So that's probably why you're hitting that 8, or like you're getting the 8 successfully, but then, yeah, whatever I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's see here. It doesn't generate new ones properly. Gotcha. I think I got you at least. Okay. Get player state. Okay, this is gone now, so I don't need that. Okay, so now Yeah, now the player, I guess, is going to come in through this. Which is what I just got rid of before. Okay, so match is going to fire off that thing. No? Yes? No. Player.match.cursor moved. All right, so let's handle that one first. Player match.cursor moved. So then we're going to actually send the whole player object now. Anyway, how's multiplayer progress going? I think it's going pretty well so far. I'm just kind of pushing things, inching things forward bit by bit here. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see how far we get today. I don't know if, I mean, I think, well, yeah, by the end of today, by the next few hours, I should be able to actually have it somewhat working, like a complete game, a complete player v player. You know, there might be some details missing, but for the most part, in the most insecure way, it should be working, I would think. And then I could probably do a little testing with that with my wife once she's home from work or something. So I think we'll have something actually playable today. Not production ready, just like a very rough prototype kind of ready. All right, so, okay. So we're firing off the player match.player cursor moved if method, and we're going to pass the whole player down that pipe here. So player cursor moved. Okay, match, player cursor moved. Okay. So this is going to be the whole player object. And I guess we're going to pass that down the check traversal, down to the check traversal method. And let's see. So now this will just be the player, and then it'll be, instead of this player get state thing, it's just going to be player dot match state dot, oof, it's going to be a big object here. Okay, player dot, it's going to be player dot match state dot bubble states, and then the bubble in ID. Okay, so it's going to be player dot match state dot bubble states this dot ID dot popped. Okay, so that's our nice big object there, or big path. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so now we are properly setting the state of the player, I think. I guess where was I printing that message? Was I printing that, or did I get rid of it? I guess we'll just do a quick like cursor moved. Oh no, that's kind of a bad idea. Maybe we'll just do, maybe I'll just check, let's see, bubble, player bubble, what am I looking for? Yeah, maybe in here, if it's popped, we'll do that. If it's traversed, I guess if it's traversed, we'll console log, and we'll do player dot match state. I guess we'll print just that bubble state. All right, we'll see what happens here. This is probably gonna, nothing's probably gonna work, but let's see what happens. So we'll start up a match here. Okay. All right, so something's not actually working. Are these still working? No, maybe not. Guess not. All right. Check traversal. So that's really not firing anymore. What's going on here? Player cursor moved. Player position. Player dot match dot. Oh, that's right. Okay, there is no player dot match anymore. So player dot match needs to be player dot match state dot match. Player dot match state dot match. So let's look in here. We're doing player dot match, and we need to match the whole word. Yeah, so then we'll just change it to ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, then we'll change that to player dot match state dot match. Okay, and then actually for all these checks, we don't need to do we just need to be checking match state, I think. So whoops. And then same thing here. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Whoops. All right. So let's see how that goes. Okay. Okay. Bunch of stuff broke. WebSocket. Oh. Cannot read property popped of undefined. Okay, so that's not working. Bubble states. Okay, so are the bubble states not getting set up? Cannot. Okay, so it said popped. Cannot read popped of undefined. So I guess let's whenever we do set match, let's just print that. So that's in the match init, right? Init player dot set match. So let's just clg player dot match state. Okay. All right. Okay. So we got two player match states here. And there's a match and there's a, okay, we don't need that. There's a match player ID, and let's make sure that, okay, so the match player ID looks good. And then there's a bubble states array that is empty. Okay, so the bubble states array is not getting set up. So player match state function create bubble state. Oh, we're not actually passing the number of bubbles in. So we need to do this dot match dot bubbles dot length. That should be it. And target bubble ID is 0. I think that's fine. Setting that up. I mean, obviously, the first bubble you pop is 0, so I think that's exactly what I want. All right, so now we're going to kick off the match. Something printed is undefined. I don't know what that is. There's a bunch of things. Okay. All right, so we got a bunch of mouse. Again, these are all firing on every mouse movement. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, so I got a couple trues in there somewhere. True. Traverse. True. Oh, we must have maxed out the... Time's up now. I think I saw some trues print in there. So, actually, didn't I say I was going to have... let's see here. My speakers just shut off. There we go. My speakers auto-mute themselves, so I just have to, like, just click to send a little bit of audio signal out to them, and then they'll wake back up. All right, so... what was I looking for? There we go. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we had... Okay. Check traversal. Let's look at the bubble. Check traversal. Okay, oh, yeah, that's right. We're printing. All right, so at least this part's looking good. But I don't want to print every time. I want to print only if we're setting traverse to true. Okay. So that's good. Let's refresh some clients here. Let's get in a game. Let's do that. All right, and where am I printing that other thing? I just started printing something else. Was it in that? Oh, it's player.setMatch, right? No, it's in here. Match and knit. That's where it is. Match and knit. I don't want that anymore. Oops. There we go. All right, so let's fire up some clients here. Okay, so now traverse true. Oh, hang on. That's not what I want. Let's do All right, hang on. Bubble. Okay, check traversal. If it's popped, then return. If it's traversed, if we're already traversed and we check hit, return positive, then return. Else we just moved out, so false. Okay, so let me duplicate this and move this up here. Okay, so now we should see, yeah, okay. All right, so let's fire up some clients. All right, so that, something's wrong there. That looks good. Like that bubbles were, oh! I remember. The bubble initialized property of the bubble. That's the problem. Okay. So bubble needs an initialized property. Or do I maybe make it something else? Like in play or something? What happens in our pop method? Reset. Traverse equals false. It's a pop equals false. Pop in play. Maybe that's what we need. We need like an in play variable, not a. Yeah, maybe this should be in play. So if you're. So if in play, this dot in play. If we're not in play. So if we're not in play, just return. If we're already popped, just return. Ooh, actually, then I don't need to check this. Oh, popped. Ugh. In play is per client. Okay. Got to get rid of in play. It's got to be per client. Yes, because you have to know what bubbles that player currently sees. So that's got to be part of the bubble state. This dot in play. Okay. So we need to know how to, let's see. All right, this is kind of an interesting thing now, I guess. Yeah, we need like an in-play property for each bubble, for each player, because a player's only going to see a certain amount of bubbles on screen at a time, right? But both players are going to be seeing different bubbles. So it's necessary that both players have those states set individually. So that's good. Per bubble, per player. So that's good. We need to just initialize. We need to, like, when we set up all the bubbles, then we're going to set in play to true on the first checkpoint. Checkpoint's worth, I guess. Or I guess I'll follow the exact logic that I use on the client just to make sure that everything is squared away. So where do we have to go to marathon create, and then we do something. Yeah, okay. So here, initialize the bubbles within the first checkpoint. Okay, so that's kind of what I need to do as well. But this needs to be done for each bubble in each checkpoint, and then for each player. Okay. So let's do that. And I'm calling it in play now rather than, because init is more of like, because there's important things that happen for drawing the thing on the screen and everything. So that's kind of like a client only thing. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to have to use the same variable here. Again, that's like a variable that is going to have to exist both on the server and the client. So I believe I actually already have that. Checkpoint interval. Yeah, cool. Okay, so then that needs to be on what? Match, where we do match. We do match.create, and we do a new match. We send the players in. Maybe we'll do it in match init. Yeah, let's do it in match.init. So inside of match.init, we set up the player, the match for each player. Oh, and I guess we could actually do that in here. So then once we do that, then calling set match on the player, we'll set up the state object that we want. And then from there, we know we can... Oh, actually... Maybe I could do that inside of the set match. Maybe we just do that right in here. Set match. We do match state. Right? Maybe. This dot match. Okay, so then from in here, I could just do this dot match state dot bubble states. And then I need to do like this loop here for, so we import config. What will it auto import? Config auto import from. Yes. Wow, look at that. Okay. So we need to do the for loop again here. So for let I equal 0, I is less than config dot match dot checkpoint interval I plus plus. Oh, okay. All right, so then we can set, we're going to loop over those first few bubbles, and we are going to set that Boolean in play to true. So this dot match state dot bubble states I dot in play equals true. So we're setting up those first 4 bubbles to be in true, or to be in play. Cool. I think that's good. So then, actually, we don't want to go to the client just yet. I need to, let's see. Oh, okay. All right. So now actually, I think we are good. Oh, no. This can't be this dot in play. It's got to be player. It's got to be player dot match state dot bubble states this dot in play. Yes. Okay. All right. So then, if the bubble's not in play, we're going to just skip check traversal. Or check traversal will run, but it'll just, yeah. Maybe actually this isn't the spot to check that. Maybe this isn't the spot to check. Maybe we should actually just do that outside of check traversal. Yeah, actually we should. We should not do it in here. So we're just going to not even call that function, not even call that method. Okay, so player cursor moved. So for each bubble, actually, we might even be able to break. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. So if, okay, so only if the bubble is in play. Player.matchState. Okay, this needs to be I. So only if that bubble is in play. Okay. All right, so let's check that out. Got a couple of clients going here. Now, when I'm moving my mouse around in this dead space, I shouldn't see any messages print on the server. But now, if I traverse over a bubble, we should see stuff messaging down below here. Okay. Beautiful. Player bubble state traversed true, pop false. And when I moved off, traversed false. Traverse true, traverse false, traverse true, traverse false. Awesome. And that's happening for each of those bubbles. Yes. Okay. Cool. So that's working as it should. So now, let's see. That's just the traversal, so that's fine. That's just the traversal of our bubbles. So for the so now what we need to do is set up something similar to what our marathon object has on the client. So we need to look a little bit at this cursor down, and I'm going to kind of copy paste stuff over. So we already got the loop set up for this bubbles.length. So that's our loop. That's good. And then let's see. This should be, what is this? If, oh, that's right. We need to do something for that. Okay. Retro MMO. What are these old and old files? Those are my basically my old versions. Like if I moved something out, like I have server old. So this, okay, so server old was a previous version of this game, like way back. So I'm just keeping it around kind of just for reference. Eventually I'll get rid of these, and because there won't be any reason to have them anymore, but I have them around just in case. And then old versus old represents generations. So server old is stuff that was just not that long ago relevant, but it's no longer relevant. And then old is You're using Git though, right? Yes, I am. Yep. Yeah, I mean, so I could do it better than doing old and junk like that, but yeah. It's more just for my convenience to have those quickly, you know, like just so I can go in there and look at what I did for that old thing. In fact, those are actually, I'm probably going to be able to just delete them pretty soon here because we've now at this point already yeah, at this point now I've already kind of, for the most part, gone past those. Okay, so okay. So player cursor down. That is kind of matching up. So this is the server code for that, player cursor down. And then here is basically the client version of that. So we need to do basically kind of follow the similar logical structure of this. So we need to do, I'm going to get rid of this whole line. And we're going to need to follow the same logical steps here. So for each bubble, we're looping over all the bubbles. We're doing if the bubble traversed, and that's for this given player. Okay, so actually that needs to be player. Okay, so we need to do if player, player dot match state dot bubble states I dot traversed. It's kind of a weird word to spell. And so if the bubble is traversed and the bubble is popped, or is not popped, okay. Traversed, did I spell that wrong? No. Yeah, okay, it just looked weird when I looked at the word for a second there. Okay, so we've got player.matchState.BubbleStates I.traversed. Okay, and then this also needs to be the same exact thing, but popped, but we're not popped. So if the player dot popped, okay, and then that, and then if if I equals the target bubble ID, which would be player dot match state dot target bubble ID, right? It's part of our match state, isn't it? Player match state target bubble ID. Brilliant. Okay, player. Then bubble pop, when we need to pop that bubble. Wait, how do we know if oh, if the cursor goes down, then we just check if there's a traversed bubble. That's right. Okay. That's right. Bubbles I. Oh, that's not good. I'm just copying what I typed. Match state dot bubble states I dot pop. And we need to pass the cursor position in pose. Okay, so I need to act. Oh, that's not right. Okay, this is kind of interesting. What does pop do on the client for the bubble? Pop. Sets pop to true. Oh, okay. So that's just more for like animation kind of stuff. So that's just a matter of setting pop to true. So we don't actually need to call a pop method. So the bubble is actually not going to have a pop method. And this this isn't going to matter either, because the state is on the player, not on the bubble in the case of the multiplayer, in the case of a game happening on the server. Player.matchstate.bubbles.pop. Okay, so that's not right. It's just going to be, oh yeah, and that's not even used on the client. Okay, so this is just going to be .popped equals true. Oh, and wait a minute, is popped even, popped and in play. Oof, popped and in play. They're kind of going to be kind of synonymous now. Okay, so for the bubble state, I've got three things that represent the state of the bubble itself. I've got a popped time, but that'll be separate. We're not doing anything with that right now at the moment. So we've got traversed, which just represents if the player has the cursor over the bubble, then traversed will be true. Popped means the bubble has been popped, and we're past that. You know, after you pop the bubble, the popped is true. But then in play, so popped and in play are kind of, well, in play would be true, meaning, are they mutually exclusive is the question I'm trying to ask. Like, do I even need to have a popped property? Or on the client, I have that because the client is different. The client has other things it's got to worry about. But on the server, it's just much more simple. It's, so popped, okay, if your in play gets set to true for the first bubbles, right? Your in play just means you're on screen, but you can technically be in play false and popped false, like it is here in the constructor. So you can be not popped and you can be not in play, and that represents all the bubbles, you know. So then when the game starts, the first 4 bubbles show up. So the first 4 bubbles get set to in play true. And then once you pop a bubble, in play would get set to false. Yeah, actually, I don't think we need popped. We don't need popped. We don't really care. Like specifically if a bubble was popped. We care if it's in play or not. And I guess we could just say, yeah. It's kind of tricky. I don't think I need popped. I don't think I do. Let's get rid of it for now. If we need it, if we need it, then we'll go back to it. But we're just going to go with in play. Yeah. Because if you're popped, then you're not in play anymore. If you haven't been initialized yet, then you're not in play. But we don't necessarily care about the ones that had been popped versus the ones that... Actually, now that I think about it, we do, because after the game, that's going to keep track of how many... Yeah, actually, never mind. I think we do want this dot popped, because that's going to tell us at the end how many bubbles were actually popped, because there'll still be like a few bubbles that are in play, or that maybe are not in play yet. Well, no, actually. Or yeah. Yeah, there should still be some bubbles that aren't in play yet, that are in play false and popped false by the end of the game, but we need to know what was popped. Okay. So we are going to use popped. We are going to use popped. So match. Yeah, so if we pop the bubble, right? Let me use my notes. Okay, if the player popped the last bubble. If the player popped the last bubble. Okay, so here we're popping that bubble. So we do popped equals true. We should do bubble states popped. Okay. I guess we'll do player dot match state dot bubble states I dot pop or dot in play equals false. So we're popped and we're no longer in play. And then we would set like the popped time there. I don't care about that right at the moment. Okay, and then there's a check if the player popped the last bubble. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, that's not a thing anymore. Oh, yeah. To do. There is no last bubble anymore. Okay, so so that all of this code can be skipped. Then initialize the next bubble. So that's... Yeah, at that point... Okay, at that point, we are just doing next bubble ID to init. So that's just player. Okay, this could probably be simplified for the server. All right, I'm going to do a quick bathroom break here, quick. Oh, Broccolite. Just tested it. Really cool. Good luck. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Broccolite. Broccoliite. Broccolite. I like that name, Broccolite. Thanks. Thanks for trying it out. Yeah, I'm going to do a quick bathroom break real quick, but then we'll be back. All right. And we're back. Yeah, thanks again, Broccolite, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thanks for the message. All right. So, yeah, I want to do something to maybe clean that up so I'm not, well, I don't know. That's not important right now. Okay, so let's, where are we at here? If the player popped the last bubble, that doesn't exist anymore. In it next bubble. Okay, so yeah, initializing the next bubble. If player hit a checkpoint, destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint. Okay. Let's see. Init next bubble. All right, so let's, I guess we're just good. We have to do this like little stride length thing here. This dot bubbles. Now, why do I have this if statement in here? Next bubble ID to init. If next bubble ID to init is less than this dot bubbles dot length. Why do I have that if statement? And it looks kind of like I was in the middle of something here because I like had a space. Init next bubble. Is that variable used? I'll just make a little to-do for myself here. Why this if? Okay. I don't want to think about that right now and why the client does that, but because this might also be something from, yeah, I don't really know. Okay, so we want to set up the next bubble for, so basically with this on the client, we're initializing the next bubble, but on the server, we're setting the next bubble to in play. Right, and that's inside of this. Okay, so then at kind of the bottom here, we would do player dot match state dot target bubble ID plus equals 1. We would do that there. And then here, we would just set in play to the next, or the bubble, yeah, the bubble, oops, of the next checkpoint. Or not of the next checkpoint, but the bubble. I'm not going to explain that. All right. Player, so player dot match state dot bubble states I plus, am I right? Is that I? Wait, where are we checking if, oh, here we are. Target bubble ID, yeah, but I can just use I. So I plus the checkpoint interval, which, am I importing config? Yes, I am. Config.match.checkpoint interval. Oh, whoops. dot in play equals true. Okay, so this set next bubble to in play, or set next bubble to in play. That's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, so that's basically what that's doing. It's making sure that the server now will, when you hit play, or when you pop a bubble, and then basically now the server is just doing this thing. So the server doesn't have any graphics or anything, but you pop a bubble. Whoops. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so when you pop a bubble the first time, then that bubble, it's like toggling that bubble should now be on the board, if that makes sense, as far as the server is concerned. So that should be good. All right, so what's next? If the player hit a checkpoint, then we're destructing bubbles in previous checkpoint. We don't actually do that on the server. We don't have to worry about that on the server. That is really just for, that is just to make sure that we stop using resources on popped bubbles that will never come back. So we don't need to worry about any of this. Here we do need to do, so this should be, this is where we're creating a new bubble. Okay, let's see. So we need to kind of have something like this on the server side. And this is going to be an interesting thing, because again, we have kind of an on-demand bubble generation setup. So what that means is as you're playing, because the game is set to however many bubbles you can pop per second. Oops. Because it's set to how many bubbles can you pop per second. You know, that number could vary greatly depending on if you're new to the game or you have played for a while. So basically, as you're playing, new bubbles are getting created. And they're getting created. Wish me luck. Might crash the browser now. All right. Good luck, Weemy. If your Twitch will freeze and everything too, I guess, huh? So the bubbles are getting created on demand, but with and that's fine for the practice, right? Like as you're playing, bubbles are just getting created. And they're not actually getting created when you see them first swipe pop in like that green one. That green one was created a while ago before. So like when you pop, where's my little handy nifty thing here? So here's an example. So when the game, I'm pretty sure what happened. So when you first start the game, the first 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles get created. So checkpoint interval is 4. So this is 1 checkpoint of bubbles. We got bubble 0, 1, 2, 3. We have bubbles 4, 5, 6, 7. So like these 8 bubbles get generated first. And then after you pop bubble 4, or no, wait a minute. That's wrong. So you pop bubble when you pop bubble 0, bubble 8 gets generated. So these bubbles are already created. So you pop bubble 0, bubble 8 will get generated on the fly. So like there is no bubble 8 to start. So basically what happens, but now since we're talking about this is being on the server and there's 2 players and they're popping at the identical bubbles, basically whichever player pops the bubble first will then trigger the generation of the next bubble. And then it'll be a matter of that player. Then there will be like a thing like, does this bubble exist yet or not? If not, then generate it. If yes, then send that bubble back to the client. Kind of thing, that kind of thing. So, oops. Weemy, no crash. Well, that's good, I guess. All right, what happened to my, there we go. All right, so let me make sure. Let me make sure that I understand exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's just refresh one of these. Oh, actually, okay, so after I hit that, then bubbles 8, 9, and 10 got generated. Okay, that's how it's doing it. So once I go on to, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm wrong. So basically what's happening is it generates this many bubbles first. Once you pop bubble 3, so in other words, once you're about to go to checkpoint 1, you're about to you pop bubble 3, then bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11. So the next checkpoint of bubbles gets generated. So then we get 4 more bubbles all of a sudden. Yes, so that's what's happening. Okay. So we kind of need to do the same thing. We need to do the same thing for the server side here. So let's see. So whichever player hit, yeah, I'm trying to think of how I want to figure this out. Set next bubble to in play. So this should be good, right? Yeah. So here we need to be checking if, yeah, so I'm doing this first to create, last to create. Weemy, am I allowed to send links? It's a print screen. I don't remember. I'd set up Nightbot the other day, and I think I might have actually disabled links and kept them disabled. Let's see. Oh. No, oh yeah, that's right. They're not disabled because looks okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say they're not disabled because Bubbles pop, 12,152. Nice. 3 hours well spent. There you go. Weemy's got the record. 405 pops per second. Nice. There you go. 4 browser crashes later. Nice. So what did you end up doing for the did you just kind of go in and look at whatever methods are set when the bubbles popped or something like that? Nice. That's pretty awesome. All right. Okay, so yeah, we need to basically do this same thing. So we need to calculate the first to create. And right? CLG, let's CLG first to create and last to create. I just want to look at what this is on the client here. Oh, okay. So actually there's another, this on new checkpoint thing. Okay. If we're on a new checkpoint, then I need to do that. If that player is on a new checkpoint. Okay, so that's if the player popped a bubble, set next bubble to in play. That's good. Okay, so now we need to do set new checkpoint ID. This.cur checkpoint ID. Do I need that for anything? No, I don't need anything that for anything on the server. So, okay. All right, let's see. Weemy, I took the first index of the bubble array. I took its position called pop, increase the target bubble ID, create my own new bubble, and repeat. Took the nice. There you go. Nice. All right. I guess I can do this same check here if we're on a new checkpoint. So when we hit a new checkpoint, then we generate the new bubbles. Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe we use this cur checkpoint ID. Yeah, I guess we use that up here for, yeah. Maybe we will want that. By the way, not trying to make you feel or look bad. It's just for fun. Oh, no worries. No, yeah. No, it's all good. I'm glad you're messing around with it, having fun, screwing around with stuff. Yeah, I was saying before, Evan was trying that too. So, I'd play this game legit if I actually had reactions. Yeah, no worries. No worries. And wasn't colorblind. Yeah, that's something I will be thinking about at some point. So, some point before too long. All right. So I guess I kind of need that checkpoint thing. Do we use on new checkpoint somewhere else? Set target bubble ID. Okay, we don't actually need that. We can just do, okay, we increment that, and then we're just going to do an if, and then if new checkpoint, and then we're going to do, wait, checkpoint rem. Do I do that? Use that anywhere? Okay. Checkpoint rem. Yeah, are we going to do the new checkpoint thing? I don't know. All right, so on new checkpoint, checkpoint remainder equals. Okay, so we're just going to do this modulus thing here. So the target bubble ID mod the checkpoint interval. If that equals 0, then we're on a new checkpoint. So if target bubble ID mod config.match.checkpoint interval equals 0. So if we're on a new checkpoint, then we need to generate the next checkpoint of bubbles if they don't exist. So yeah, then I guess we're going to do this first to create thing. Okay, so this is destructing the old bubbles, and here's generating the new bubbles. Generate new bubbles on demand. I should put that little comment there. Generate new bubbles on demand. Or generate next checkpoints bubbles. We'll say that, checkpoints. Okay. But on the server side, we need to actually check if they've already been generated, because one player will trigger the generation of those bubbles, and then the other player will be just getting whatever those are. So, okay. Yeah, because this is actually going to fire off an event back to the client. Or back to that's going to be passing the data back down to the clients. Okay, so if player hit a new checkpoint, then we need to check. So target bubble ID plus the checkpoint interval. Whoops. If on a new checkpoint, I guess we do const the same, whoops. Const first to create. We do the same thing kind of as the client has. So we're going to do player.matchState.target bubble ID plus config.checkpoint interval, right? But we need to like check if that bubble actually exists first. So if it doesn't, so we would just do an if so if this dot bubbles dot first to create, or if bubbles first to create, else. Okay, so in this case, actually, no, wait a minute. We're not going to do it like this. We're going to do if not, if these bubbles don't exist, then we're going to, so this would be the player that would hit that first. The player who'd be ahead would trigger the generation of the bubbles on the server. And then basically, then the second player, so the first player would come in, and then first to create would be non-existent. So then inside of this if statement, we'll generate the new bubbles. Then down here, we'll send the new bubbles to the player. And then that way, if the second player comes, this statement will be false. And then the if block here will be skipped. And then we'll go straight to just sending them those bubbles. I think that makes the most sense. So if the bubble doesn't exist yet, then we need to just create those bubbles. So we're going to do a for loop for let I equal first to create. I is less than or equal to, oh, we need to create last to create first. So const last to create. And that's going to be first to create plus checkpoint interval -1. Okay, swell. And then that is there, I plus plus. Const last to create first equals first to create plus checkpoint marathon checkpoint interval config blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, I've gone from browser crashing to the game crashing instead. That's positive. What stack are you using for this multiplayer part? I am just using the WS no npm package for the server, and that's pretty much it. For the browsers, I'm just using the native WebSocket object class, whatever, the native WebSocket API. Where is it? This thing here. This thing here, WebSocket. And then and then I'm just using WS for the server to basically kind of do the same thing. And that's pretty much it. And it's it's a Node server. I guess maybe you already knew that. I don't know. Nope, didn't know, but could suspect it. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I should have specified. Yeah, so my package.json for that's the thing we're using for the server, WS. And I've got this RAND token package too that I don't know if I'll end up actually using this or not. I used it earlier on with some stuff, with some earlier multiplayer kind of stuff that I had messed around with, but not currently using that right now, so we'll see if we actually get rid of that. All right. Okay, so this should be good. And then I guess it's pretty much just as simple as generating the new bubbles. Marathon, okay. Yeah, that in theory that should be all that we need. How do I do the hue of the bubbles on the server here? Bubbles, oh, it's pretty much the same thing. Bubbles, the ID of the bubble, and then the hue. Okay. Bubble hue add. Am I doing that same thing? Bubble.create. New bubble helper.hsl 2 RGB color hue s bubbles ID hue. Okay, so I do need to kind of do that same exact thing. So we'll do nav meter. Okay, we don't actually need to do that, so we just do this dot bubbles dot push. We need to do something slightly different, I guess. This dot bubbles dot push. Bubble dot create. Bubble this dot bubbles, and then and then helper dot bubble hue. Ooh, wait a minute, this is gonna be different. Helper dot bubble hue add. Okay, I need to actually look at what I'm doing. Where do the bubbles all get set up here? Helper dot bubble hue add. Okay, so that helper function is still the same. So it just needs to be bubble hue add, and then it's always got to be helper bubble hue add, and then I -1. Yes, okay. Bubble has a hue. Oh, a color. Oh, it is a color.h. Okay, so that should be this same exact method then. Bubble.create. That's not what I want. This up here. Color.h. Yeah, that should be what we want. Okay, and then so then it's a matter of, I guess, then it's a matter of sending the bubbles to the player from here, from this point where the cursor is. So we generate or wait a minute, never mind. From down here is where we would then send the bubbles to the player. Yeah. So let's see. Oh. All right, now is there anything else I need to do? Generate next checkpoints bubbles. set new checkpoint ID. We're not going to do that right now. Nav meter does stuff. Don't need to worry about that. Else, cursor drag stopped. Okay, so that is what if statement here. If I equals target bubble ID. So if I does not equal target bubble ID, else cursor drag stopped. Okay, and then so I'm going to need to have some sort of like, I'm going to have to see like maybe when the player does something that, like for example, if the player pops a bubble, the player might send like as part of that. So if the client says I popped a bubble, it might send that as like a request to the server to say, okay, so for this action that I did, I popped a bubble. Or if I popped something wrong, then the client might send, okay, I popped like dead space, or I popped the wrong bubble, so we should trigger a reset. Then the server might get that, will probably get that message and then like rectify, like, or reconcile that with the client if that's like the correct thing. Because, you know, for example, somebody cheating or something or whatever. Like if the client tries to do something, the server will like kind of approve that that's what they were trying to do. Like approve to the client. Like that, okay, what you said you were going to do, that's valid. Or it'll override that, I guess, otherwise. All right. But anyway, we're not quite to that point yet anyway. So, okay, so all of that, we don't need to do anything. Then there's a return here at the end of this. So outside of this if statement, there's a return. So pretty much can copy that, I think. And then otherwise, what is this? Okay, so that's the whole function itself. So, okay, so return, then two things, and then that's to check if the cursor is not in play. All right, so the play area thing is also something we have to do. And currently, I'm not doing that at all. Not doing that check. Where does that check? Oh, that happens on the... Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we need to figure that out as well. What is this cheating you're talking about? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a good question, Weemy. Somebody trying to pop 12,000 bubbles in one playthrough, maybe? Oops. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So in the client, there's a play area object which represents the circle, our boundary circle, right? This thing here. So that object itself keeps track of if the cursor moves outside of it, and then it throws the event that says, whoa, reset. Cursor drag stopped is what that's where we see the little red thing, the little red indicator there. So that's that's good as far as the client goes, but the server doesn't actually have a distinct separate object that keeps track of this. So we need, like, the server just needs to check if the distance from the cursor goes outside of that circle. So maybe let's add that to our helper function here. I guess we'll do like let's do static circle hit. Circle pose, circle radius, point. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Maybe I'll remove that from the bubble then. This dot check hit. That we can get rid of using check hit. So then that's just a matter of, because we're not calling check hit from anywhere else, right? Right? Yeah. Check hit should just be an internal method here. All right, so instead of having a bubble doing this checking if the circle is in whatever, I'm just going to copy this line, and we're going to put that in our helper. So that's just checking if the given point so this is just checking if a given point in 2D space is inside of a given circle in 2D space. So we do some Pythagorean theorem stuff to figure out the distance from the point to the center of the circle, the center point of the circle, and then if that distance is less than the circle radius, then the cursor is inside the circle. So that's good. So I think I can just keep that, and this function returns true false whether or not the point that you're passing is inside the circle or not. So then a bubble should be calling that. So helper.circle. So instead of check hit, we're gonna call helper.circle hit. Right? Circle hit, is that what it's called? Helper, yes. Helper.circle hit. Oh my goodness. Okay. Circle hit. That's maybe kind of a stupid thing, but I don't really care. And then what do we pass it again? We pass the circle center, circle position, the circle radius, and then the point that we want to check. I don't know what you call that point, but that's good enough for right now. Circle position, circle radius, and point. Circle hit. So we want to do the circle. So that would be circle position would be this dot pose. Circle radius would be this dot r, and then the point would be pose. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this exact thing right here. All right. Actually, can I test this now? I think I can test this with our two clients. So let's refresh these browsers and get ready to play. Okay. Yeah, that's working. So our server was registering that the player was hovering over the bubbles. So like here, I'm hovering over a bubble and traverse is set to true down there in the console. Kind of hard to see, but when I go on a bubble, traverse sets to true, and then when I go off, traverse gets set to false. And that should be working on any bubble that we hover over on the client. So the server is saying, yes, you are hovering over a bubble. Okay, that's great. Get client format. This should not be called. Where are we doing get client format? Application. Get client format. Yeah. Bubbles. This needs to be. This needs to be up here. We need to do const bubbles equals, and then we do yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So now, let's see. Play area. Oh, yeah. We need to do the play area thing. All right. How are we going to do that? So every time the mouse moves, we need to check that. So we need to do a... That's what I was originally trying to do here. So inside of the match, when we do... Or that's for player cursor down. But on player cursor moved, we should first check, before we check against each bubble, we should check if we're outside of the play area or not. Because if we're outside of the play area, then we definitely don't want to try checking all the bubbles. So the radius, that's basically just a single value in our... Yeah, that's just a single value. Play area radius units. Or match.play area radius units, right? Yes, okay. Brilliant. So we need to check if check hit is true. So if we're not true, so if helper dot call circle hit, the position of the circle is always going to be 0, 0, x0, y0, and then the radius is going to be config dot match dot play area radius units, and then the point is going to be pose. So if the circle is not hit, then we return. So that means if your cursor is not in play, if the cursor is not in play, then we are firing. Then we're not going to check against every bubble. Weemy, you need to stop me, mate. This is just as addicting as playing. Stray Katama. Hello, sir. Stray, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. What are you making? Actually, hold that thought, Weemy. I had a thought about what you're saying there, where hacking the game is addicting too. So Stray, I have a game that's called Populus, and it's actually live right now. You could go play it if you wanted. The website is populus.gg. I'll throw the game down there. So the website is populus.gg, right? The game is called Populus. So if the website breaks, it's not my fault. Well, Weemy, the what is currently live right now on populus.gg is just a static web page. So I'm on Temple OS. Temple OS. Wow. Terry Davis, huh? What a legend. Well, that's a good point then. I guess if you're rocking Temple OS. Well, if you're on Temple OS, you're watching Twitch somehow, so you could play the game. It's just a browser game. Weemy, what even is Temple OS? That's actually a really fascinating thing. If you YouTube it, Weemy, there's like a good documentary on it. There's a guy, Terry Davis, who had he's a programmer, but he slowly was having deteriorating mental health. But he's just got this very interesting thing where he built this operating system that he called Temple OS that he believed was from God to him. It's a very interesting kind of story. He passed away a couple years ago, which is sad, but his whole thing his whole story is very interesting. It sounds like a movie, like something out of a movie, like the whole idea of it. Like he believed God was telling him to create this operating system that somehow perfect. Very, very interesting thing. Reached a new high score. Stray, I was gonna say, well, if you do stop off Holy C or Temple OS, I was gonna say I'd explain. Well, I'll explain the game. I was gonna say try the tutorial because I haven't really gotten too much feedback on the tutorial yet. Oh. All right. That just in from Weemy setting new high scores there. 883,000. There you go. That's no tutorial needed. Nice. Nice. Wow. I was going to say, that seems a little more like whatever you had before was 12,000. Like that didn't seem like that seemed weak, to be honest. This seems a little better now. Nice. That's awesome, Weemy. Now it's more optimized. Gotcha. Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, was I going to explain I was going to explain the game. So I want that 1 million though. Yeah, you're pretty close now at this point. Yeah, so I was going to explain Populus for anyone watching that's not. Stray was asking about it in the chat. And I don't know if he was serious about being on Temple OS or not, but he or she was serious. So Populus.gg, we hit play, and it's a game where you pop bubbles. So you're trying to pop these bubbles here as they appear here in this in the sidebar. So the first one we need to pop is blue. So to pop, you just hover your mouse over the bubble and then either click or press the space bar to pop it. So once you do that, basically these bubbles are just kind of sliding through, and that should pretty much be the idea of how to pop the bubbles. So the thing is, you want to go really, as fast as you can. Or if you're Weemy to go in the chat, then you're just trying to write a script to pop as many bubbles as you can. But that's pretty much the game. And I was trying to get some feedback on the tutorial because I went live with the tutorial a week ago. And I've been trying not to explain the game on stream if I can since then, and trying to, see if I can get some feedback on anybody trying the tutorial and making sure that they understand from the tutorial how to actually play. But Stray, thank you for explaining. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, it's a simple little game, but it's kind of fun to play. 1 million pops now, Weemy. 33,000 a second. Outrageous. Well, oh yeah, Weemy, I was thinking about, I assume that something like this already exists, but when I was thinking about the bots and that sort of thing, like automating that stuff, I was thinking, like, are there games where you're supposed to just write a bot and then there's like some sort of web API, like you're trying to really you are trying to battle like other bots, like over some, like that'd be kind of cool. Like it's like who can just write a more optimized like algorithm to play the game or something like that. There's got to be some games like that. Like I imagine there's chess, chess or checkers or whatever, who writes a better chess AI. And they like communicate over some sort of shared thing. I'm sure that's already a thing for sure, But Stray, I have a proposal for you. Yeah, what's that, Stray? Legit, I have 1 per second. That's actually a pretty Weemy. That's a pretty standard. That seems to be a pretty standard number that I've heard from people when they try the first few times. Is like they're getting about 30 pops in that 30 seconds. So you're right in the spot. I hit the colors. I hit the wrong colors though. Yeah, I got you. You mentioned the colorblind. Colorblind mode when? I don't know. We'll see. Probably at some point after multiplayer, after most of the gameplay stuff is kind of dialed in, I think. But we'll see. I just have to do some research on it. Stray, are you familiar with the idea of pointillism? Yes, like the art style pointillism. I'm guessing you're talking about. Devs, patch now. Well, yeah, we're getting there. And Weemy, one of the solutions might also be for color blindness, might be just getting rid of, well, either, I don't know, maybe doing like numbers or something, or like if the colorblind, if there's not like a really easy, like I'm just going to kind of Google, the different common color blindedness things and see if there's like some color conversion equations I can use, to like maybe filter, like, so you toggle on that I'm this type of color blindness, and then it would like filter those colors to like different things. Like that's kind of my first thing, but solution of color blindness, stop being colorblind. Yeah, come on, Weemy, get with the picture here. Get with the picture. I think I combined two phrases into one. That's not a real phrase. Get the picture is a phrase. Get with it. is another phrase. I think I combined them into one. Get with the picture. Well, it's half of the reason why I'm here is coming up with dumb phrases and trying to build a crappy game. All right, checking the phone here real quick. Stray. It's a philosophical concept that, say, cut out a circle and flip it so that the shadow it casts is a line. Repeat, and the line will become a point. When you have a sequence of a colored circle, replace a random one in Q with a line and some point. Whoa! I have to read that a few times to make sure I understand. It will make it difficult because the information will be distorted, yet the idea will remain. All right, I got to reread what you said here. It's a philosophical concept that, say, cut out a circle and flip it so that the shadow it casts is a line. Okay. So, like, you've got a circle, but then, like, you angle it so that, like that, right? Like, if I have a circle like this, that's a bad example. Guitar pick. That's close enough to a circle. So, like, that's my circle. And if I, like, tilt it towards the camera, now it's a line, right? At some point in theory, theoretically, right? So you're saying do that, but with the shadow of it. Flip that circle so that the shadow cast is a line. Repeat, and the line will become a point. Oh. You saying then flip the line? When you have a sequence of colored... Okay, so I see what you're saying. You're saying, like, project the circle onto something. Like, so the shadow, right? That's like... I think that you're talking kind of like Carl Sagan's fourth dimension kind of thing or something. I was just watching a video on that. Where it's like... He takes a 3D, to like explain the fourth dimension, he says, like, it'd be like a 3D, the shadow of a 4D object would be a 3D cube or something. Every multi-dimensional shape will become a point with a color. I kind of get what you're saying now. But the other thing you said, when you have a sequence of colored circle, replace a random one in the queue with a line and some with a point. But I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. I mean, I get what you're saying about a circle, rotate the circle so that it's a line, a 2D circle thing so that it's a line, and then rotate that line. I guess you're saying rotate that line in 3D space so that you're looking like straight down the tip of the line so that it's a point. Sequence is the order of the colors you are meant to pick. I still am not... When you have a sequence of a colored circle, replace a random one in the queue with a line. In your game, the colored circle's on the right. I get what are you trying to say there's a solution for, like, this is going to be a solution for, like, colors? Or you're saying the sequence... Oh, I see what you're saying now. So the ones on the right, the sequence is the order of colors you are meant to pick. But I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say. I'm not making the connection between this and what you're saying about is this the painting technique? Yeah, that's what I said at first, Weemy, like the pointillism thing of like you're making the dots to do shadow, you get darker and darker as having. It's rather hard to explain. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you're like. If you're saying you could have something like this as far as game, like it would modify the gameplay. When you have a sequence of colored circle, replace a random one in the queue with a line and some with a point. It will make it difficult because the information will be distorted, yet the idea will remain. Are you saying? Yeah, I'm having a hard time following exactly what you're saying, Stray. Sorry. Yes, in a way, but the more I think about it myself, the worse the concept gets. Hey, welcome to my life. That pretty much sums up this whole project. Maybe this was a bad idea. Well, hey, you gotta chase down those rabbit trails sometimes. Yeah, so but that's interesting what you're saying. I mean, I want to look more into the philosophical concept of pointillism, like you're saying, Stray. I want to look a little more into that because that's kind of interesting. Because yeah, like Weemy said, the painting technique. Like yeah, I'm familiar with pointillism as like the art thing where you do closer dot, like a pen. You use a pen, and then to do shadow for darker shades, you do points closer together. For lighter shades, you do points further apart. Yeah, so forget what we... I can recommend a book if you want. Sure. Yeah. Not much of a book guy. Tyrannosaurus Flex, take down your website or ban my IP. Nice. I'm addicted. Well, that's good. Did you hear what I said before, Weemy, about like, I feel like there could be games where it's just you write bots, like the bots are the play. Like you have to just write a bot to play the game, and then it's a matter of like just writing a better bot or something. I was thinking that's kind of a cool thing. That'd be kind of a cool thing. I'm sure there's already stuff like that, I own one of those games. Oh, really? What is that? What is that game? All right. So where were we last off with here? Oh, yeah. We're trying to starting Steam because I'm bad with names. Haha, no worries. Yeah, and Steam takes like 1,000,000 years to launch, too. No matter how fast your computer. All right, so try Robert Bosch OptArt. It's a guy who collected mathematical ideas with the idea of optimizing them and making art. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check out Robert Bosch. Okay, so I just fired up a multiplayer match here, and I don't remember what I was. Oh, okay. We don't have anything set up now. So on move, let's CLG inside the circle, inside the play area. Okay, so in here, we're gonna fire up a game, and then we should get some, when my mouse goes inside the play area, we should see some messages down here in the server. There we go, inside the play area, inside the play area, inside the play area. Now we're outside, nothing. Inside the play area. Cool. That is nice. Screeps. It's a JS-based game. Nice. Like the game itself, you write the code inside of the game, I guess. I mean, I guess I can just look it up quick. Oh, wait, did you... Screeps. Did you say that before, Weemy? Why am I having like a little bit of... You write tiny workers who gives you resources and so on. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, so I understand what you're saying there, Screeps. Nice. That's kind of cool. And I know the... I've seen like the Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Yeah, I don't know why Screeps is familiar to me. Like you just, like I felt like you had said it before, but maybe I'm just, I don't know. Yeah, and I know like the Zachtronics games, there's some, if you're familiar with the Zachtronics dev company. What's that one? Exapunk or whatever? I think that's all like a programming one. Actually, in that one I don't think you like write code. Maybe you do. Could be wrong. In one of the Zachtronics games, I think you do. I've never even played any of those, but they're kind of cool. But I'm talking I'm talking like a game where you literally write like a bot that connects to like some server or something, and then it's like you connect to the server, you're the player, and like you play other players. And maybe that's what Screeps does. I'd have to look more into it, but Screeps, that looks kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Stray, check this. It will give you new insight into colors. You mean the stock market? Well, yes. I guess pretty much, yes. CIE Labs, C-Lab color space. Nice. Nice. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, actually, I do want to do a little bit of color space stuff, because right now I'm actually doing... I got banned. What are you talking about getting banned from, Weemy? I do want to do some different color space kind of investigations potentially at some point. And maybe that might be part of when I do the colorblind stuff. Because I ended up doing some color, or to generate the random colors with enough like distance between them. I ended up doing like a little algorithm to go from like HSL color to go like around the color wheel. Weemy, running my bot through the stock market API on one of the banks here in Sweden. Oh. All right. Nice or not nice. I guess you were trying to pop too many bubbles in that Stray, I also develop games, so this stream is kind of cool. I see how you think when making the game. Nice, nice. Yeah, Stray, what games do you work on? Do you develop? Yeah, and I do like seeing other people stream too. Like that's kind of it is a cool way to really see somebody working. Because I think that's something, especially with like when you get started making games, that's something that's hard to like latch onto. I just downloaded all the data they had and sent requests like every 15 minutes. Hey, that doesn't sound so bad. All right, so you should Stray. You should check out Weemy in the chat. You should check out his stream because he also does he streams games. He's making a game about like it's like a casino game or something, right? 16 gigs of wasted hard drive space. It's quite a bit. Weemy's working on Bingo. Yeah. Bingo. Old folks Bingo, I think, is the game he's doing. I'm just kidding. He's doing a cool game about space and flying around in space and like crafting, doing like molecule stuff and chemistry. Bunch of stuff I probably don't actually understand. Retirement Bingo Royale. Perfect. I think we got a new idea here. Mobile. Yes. Next gen top seller. Yeah. It sounds pretty good. Bingo Royale. There might be something with that actually. Like Bingo. Yeah. Yeah, there might be something there. Okay, so we just tested this, and this works. So if you go outside of the boundary, then... If you go outside of the play area, then the server stops passing... or stops checking against all the bubbles inside of the play area, right? Because if your mouse cursor's outside of... If your mouse cursor's out here, there's no reason to check for hits against the mouse inside of these bubbles, right? Stray, you can easily convert... Oh, wait a minute here. Weemy, speaking of my bingo game, did you see the first step for the physics engines I got working yesterday? No, I didn't. But that sounds great. So I'll have to tune in tomorrow for sure and catch up. Stray, you can easily convert color to ASCII and hence write hidden messages in your game or make it so the layer needs to take this into account. Yeah. I don't, so the layer need, oh, the player, that's what you're saying. So the player needs to take this into account. Yeah, well, and for like colorblind stuff, I mean, I might end up doing something, I mean, obviously off of what you're talking about. Stray, but talking about getting some sort of like letters or something or numbers inside of these bubbles instead of colors, you know, as far as color blindedness goes. No need to tune in. There's a 20-second GIF on Discord showing it. Funny how 12 hours of work turned into a 20-second GIF. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Oh, speaking of Discord, I set up a Discord not that long ago. There's not much on there, but there's a little thing for Populus, and I've got like a little release log and everything. So if anybody's interested, I posted the link there. Weemy, I've joined it? I don't know if you have or not off the top of my head. There's not that many people in there. Actually, no. Oh. Did you just join it now? Or am I? Maybe I guess you just joined it now. Maybe. You're on there now. Oh yeah, Wild Weemy appeared today at 2:20. Okay. Yeah, so you did just now. Gotcha. Nice. So I don't have a whole lot on there right now, but I'm working on it. We'll get there. But I need to get better at using it for more. I mean, as I get further along with development here, I think it might make things a little more interesting having it. So and yeah, I'd like to maybe do a summary kind of thing like you do, Weemy, after every stream or whatever. A little GIF or something would be nice. It's a great tool to keep people updated. Yeah, it definitely is. I just created a Discord account when I created the server. Like, I've never used Discord otherwise. I mean, I've known about it. Obviously, it's pretty popular, but yeah, because Evan and someone else in the chat were like, "Hey, yeah, it'd be cool if you had a Discord." So I was like, "Oh, well, if a couple of people are asking about it, I'll do it." All right, so we are getting pretty close here to being able to test the bubble popping. We've got so we've got player. Okay, so the player cursor moved and everything is good, and we're checking. The server knows when we. Whoops. What happened there? The server knows when we go over bubbles, which is good. There we go. Yes. And the server knows when we go outside of the bubble, or outside of the boundary. So that is good. Stray, gotta go, guys. Have a good one. Good luck, sir. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Stray. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for the interesting ideas. I'm definitely going to check out pointillism a little more. That guy that you said, the Robert Bosch. I got to check that out. Weemy, so nice to sort of sum up the stream and just post a GIF of it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I have a hard enough time trying to remember what I did in the stream. Okay, so I want to check if actually, I guess let's see what happens. Let's see if the server actually generates some bubbles now. when we get to that point. So all right, so let's see if we actually generate some new bubbles. And let's get rid of those console logs. Where is that? No, that's not it. Oh, that was on the bubble. Yeah. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We don't really need those. 1.5 mil pops. Was worth doing this instead of eating dinner. Nice. That's great. Yeah, so Weemy, I'll definitely have to have you test out the once the thing's actually doing legit server communication, then I'll have to have you test to make sure you can't pop 1.5 million. All right, so now let's see what happens if I. Okay, no, that broke. Can I read property match state of undefined? All right, so we got some stuff that's breaking up here. Match.js 58. Okay, so this is wrong. Player.matchState. Player is undefined. Okay, that's easy. Player cursor down. So that comes from the server or the application object here, doesn't it? Cursor down, match state. Yeah, that's right. There we go. Okay. I remembered that. I remembered that, actually. I remembered not changing that, and I thought maybe I should change that. But nope. Okay. We're firing up around here, and I'm going to see if the server generates the new bubbles. The client won't get them yet. But, so once I pop the fourth bubble, we'll see if the server says, so far no errors on the server. Okay. So we almost got there. Match.js 72. Config.marathon.checkpoint. Oh, yeah. That doesn't exist on the server. It's match, not marathon. Okay, hopefully that was the only spot. Okay. Great. Here we go. There we go. Starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, so once... I didn't want to do that. Come on. Okay, there we go. There. Now when I pop this one, the server should generate 4 more bubbles. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then everything broke. Can I read property in play of undefined? Okay, so we generated the 4 new bubbles. That's exactly what we wanted, right? Yeah, that is. 8, 9, 10, 11. Because we generated, the game started with 0 through 7, the first 8 bubbles, the first 2 checkpoints. And then once we get past this checkpoint, then it generates the next checkpoint ahead. So then when we're on checkpoint 4, we've got all those. So that looked good. The server printed 8, 9, 10, 11. That's exactly what we wanted. But then a bunch of stuff broke. Match.js 91. Cursor moved. Oh, okay. All right, so then we got to figure out what that is. Oh, we need to generate more bubble states. That's the problem. Weemy, I'll try. I'm not an expert at this. No worries. Yeah, that's what hacking is, right? SHJ is now following. Hey, SHJ, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Weemy, you're not an expert at this. You brought down the whole Swedish stock market. I'd say you know what you're doing. No, that's not what I said. I'm pretty sure that's what you said, right? Match.js 91. Okay. Oh, yeah. We need to actually set up the new state for those bubbles as well. I got banned from one bank's API. Yeah, no, I got you. I just thought it sounded funnier to say you brought down the whole Swedish stock market. Okay, so how do we, I guess what we should probably do is when we generate those new bubbles, we generate also the new state objects for those bubbles. Yeah, that's what we should do. I don't think there's a more elegant way to do that. Make me sound like a bingo crook. Bingo. Okay. Yeah, we need to do. Well, now that's. Why would we have? Actually, that's kind of a. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is right. Okay, so we need to do a new bubble state. So how can we do... We need to do it for both players. So I guess when we create these 4 bubbles... Oh, okay. So when we create each bubble... Yeah, when we create each bubble, we'll also do, for each player, we'll create a new bubble object for each player. So we'll do this dot players dot for each player. And then we'll do player dot match state. Okay, so player dot match state dot, yeah, then we'll do player dot match state dot bubble states dot push, and then we push in a whole new bubble state, a new bubble or player bubble state. There we go. Yes, and then so player bubble state should initialize everything up the correct way. Yes, okay. All right, so now let's generate a game here. And then we're gonna pop the first checkpoint's worth of bubbles, and then we should see the server. We did that. The server generated bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11 down there. That's great. And then let's go over to the other client quick and do the same thing. Yes, and then the other client didn't generate bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11. Those are already generated. So that's great. So now we actually need to figure out how we're going to send them down to the clients. Okay, so... let's see here. Bubble generating 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, and the states were fine. The state objects are now fine. Yes. Oh, what happens actually? What happens if we just keep playing in a match here? So if I pop, 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 pop. Oh, okay, that's bad. So we're generating bubbles on the client now. Yep. It's kind of annoying actually how close those colors are. Okay. Yes. So marathon, is practice. Okay, is practice comes in as a Boolean. I'm going to print CLG. I'm going to make sure I'm actually using this. This dot is practice. Okay. So if we're in a practice match versus in a, so if I hit play, 1, practice is false. Okay, that's not good. Okay. All right, so the inverse is happening with this is practice thing. So create server bubbles. So where do we actually, okay. Okay, so we're just gonna, I did the double bang, but we needed just a single bang. Okay, so there we go. Play, so now when I play, we're in a practice match, so this should say true, yes. And then when we do a competitive match, false, false. Okay, brilliant. Oops, get rid of this. So then we just are going to do an is practice thing for these bubble creates. So I guess we just okay. Add bubble. Okay, I need to create a method on Marathon that's going to be called add bubble. Yeah. And it should be like a little internal method, I guess. Yeah, so let's do add bubble. And we'll say, Weemy, I did a mistake. What are you talking about? Okay, add bubble. Whoa, just gleeked. All right. Add bubble. We need to just pass the bubble. And then we're going to just do this thing. We'll do this. Right. Is that going to be good? Yeah. Okay, perfect, because we're doing pushes. Nav meter dot add nav bubble. Yeah. Add bubble, bubble, and then we'll just do bubble and bubble. And then we call. Is there a mosquito in here? It really looks like a mosquito. It's November. I thought all the mosquitoes die. Nothing. Maybe using while loops that never ends. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's a nice way to crash the browser for sure. Okay. Oh, so now we don't even need this b variable here. We're just going to do our nice little this dot add bubble, and that's pretty much it. Do that here, and now this add bubble thing is also going to get called from the server, or this is going to get. Well, okay, so this, I guess, keeps going, but this part, this whole thing, if practice mode, or I guess we say if practice mode, generate next bubble's colors. If practice mode okay, so then we do if this dot is practice, then we do this. And that's good enough. I think this is good enough for now. I mean, it'd be nice to have some sort of nice little modular kind of system where this maybe gets plugged in somehow, only if we're in a practice. That is a mosquito. Holy cow. All right. I don't know if I got it. It's huge. Maybe it's not a mosquito. Didn't crash the browser, thankfully. Just ate like 7 gigs of RAM before your site script died. Gotcha. Yikes. Actually, yeah, there might be some. There might be some severe client-side issues, which is actually a good thing if you were to just crank up the bubbles. Because, in fact, that might even be one of your limiting things is like, because every time you're just going to slow the render loop way down by generating a million bubbles without destructing the bubbles first. I guess you could pop and then destruct them. But also, I guess, yeah, you would run out of RAM eventually, too. I am destructing. Oh, okay, gotcha. Nice. Well, you're figuring this out. Okay. So we need like an event listener now. We need to add bubbles from the server. So we need an event from. Yeah, we need like a case add bubbles or something. More bubbles, new bubbles. I guess more bubbles, actually. That kind of works. Just call this more bubbles for right now. And honestly, the name of this event the name of this thing doesn't even matter. Event emitter dot emit. Bubbles from server added. Bubbles from server added, I guess, could be our event name. And then we'd have message.bubbles. and we could break. And then we'd have an event listener for more bubbles. Do we want that exactly? More bubbles from server added. And then this is a matter of the bubbles coming in, the new bubbles coming in, and then we would just do a bubbles dot for each bubble. And we're doing a loop over that, and we're doing add bubble, or this dot add bubble. Oh. All right, and now I actually need to look at what data I'm sending from the bubble here. I am destructing. I didn't do that the first time when I got 12K pops. Oh, okay, that's gotcha. Yeah. Well, there you go then. That's where your limiting factor is, I guess, then, that 12K. That's interesting. I mean, there might be some other things. Just off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything, but there might be some other things that are like happening that get set up and like use a ton of RAM otherwise. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right. Okay, I need to look at the format of the bubble coming in here. Need to look at the format that I'm going to be sending. And actually, to do that, it'll just be identical to whatever we've been doing. there's like another little bug flying around in here. Okay, bubbles from server added. All right. Okay. Let's look at where do we actually set up the, okay, marathon started, message.bubbles. So we emit marathon started, we pass in the bubbles. Okay, so marathon.create should have the bubbles, server bubbles. So server bubbles for each bubble. That's all we need to do, bubble.create. ID, radius, position, and color. Brilliant. Okay, so ID, radius, position, and color. So that will just be bubble at this dot add bubble. Bubble.create. Okay, right? Yeah. ID, R units, pose units, and color. Okay, so then that would just be bubble.id, bubble.r, bubble.pose, bubble.color. Right? Bubble ID, R, pose, color. Okay, so then I'll follow that same exact format from the server. This dot add bubble. That should be all we need to do. I'll do it on its own line there. Okay. Yes. This is looking pretty good here. So now the server actually needs to send the bubbles. So when the player requests them, we need to formulate like a little request to send. So let's look at, actually, I don't want to look at anything here. Okay, so in our player.cursor down, here's where we're actually going to send those bubbles to the new bubbles to the player. Oh, no, wait. Okay, so then here, we need to just, actually not there. Okay, so from this point here, we need to send the bubbles to the player. So how do I actually do that? To send player dot. Player mash, player quit. So I guess, oh, we would just do player.ws, player.ws.send, right? Where do I actually do that in the other? Oh, yeah. Oh, player.send command. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, so we've got, yeah, I'll just take this. So we do, where's the WebSockets wrapper? Here we go. All right, so I need to do player.send command. Where was that? Where's that spot again? Oh, right here. Right? Am I in the right? Yeah. Okay. So that would be, yeah. Okay, we got a player coming in. So we send command, and the command we send is more bubbles. That sounds good. Message more bubbles, and then the bubbles we send. So, but we need to send just those 4 latest bubbles. So I guess we could just, I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. Man, little bug in here. All right, we'll do const bubbles equals an array, and then I guess it'll be and actually let's where oh, we have to do the get client format thing. Okay. So I need to do, for those last 4 bubbles, I need to call get client format on those. And that's what gets pushed in there. Okay. So we're going to have const bubbles. We're going to do a for loop, for let I equal first to create. I is less than or equal to last to create. I guess I can move last to create up, and then it might not get used, or no, it'll get used in both cases. That's right. So I is less than or equal to last to create, I plus plus, and then we'll do bubbles dot push this dot bubbles I dot format for client. Get client format, get client format. Okay. Yeah, I could make this better. Maybe store client format in the bubble. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. So then we push that, or we fill that bubble with whatever, and we send it just to that player. Bubbles, bubbles. Okay. Actually, I think we've got it. I think we've got it where we want it right now. So let's try. All right, so let's refresh. Let's start up a game. So now I'm going to pop some bubbles, and we want to see. So we generated the next bubbles. Let's keep playing. And so far, so good. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't want to do that. All right, so let's test I'm going to pop. All right, so we're going to go here, 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 and then here. And we generated bubbles 8, 9, and 10. So now we got a cyan bubble here and a blue bubble here. So let's do that on the other client. We're going to do this. Whoops. This, 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 and then this, and then this. Yes. So there we go. They look the same. Awesome. It's coming along. It's coming along nicely, I think. So we're successfully generating bubbles on the fly on the server and sending them to the clients. Cool. Yeah, very cool. All right, so I'm trying to think what needs to be next. I mean, in theory now, we could just play. Like, it could be playing, and it would be fine. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, there we go. Same bubbles there. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, let's just try it once more with. So let's do 1, 2, 3. Oops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then screw up. And on here, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then screw up, and then we should see the same exact bubbles. There we go. Cool. So that's working. It's working pretty nicely. All right. And if we were to never send bubbles at all, so let's just look at that. If we were to never send bubbles to the client, then the game would just kind of stop after a little bit here. Oh, that's right. That code is still on there. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of that. There's no last bubble anymore. Yeah, this whole chunk of code could probably just get deleted or removed temporarily. All right. So this is looking pretty good. I mean, we've got actually a functioning multiplayer, like not production ready or anything, but yeah. So let's see. To do, maybe store client format in the bubble. Yes, at some point we will be doing that. All right, what? I'm trying to think about what the next thing should be. I guess maybe doing some sort of like validation. Some sort of like validation now, I guess, on the server. Because actually one thing, because right now just the mouse movements are getting sent to the server kind of like separately. So yeah, the mouse movements are getting sent to the server like completely separately. But I'm thinking, so like by the point at which, yeah, because the server wrapper or WebSockets wrapper class is listening to cursor moved game events and cursor down game events. And then it's just a matter of the server. So then those, you know, the whatever stuff happens. But maybe we want these to be like different. Because I'm trying to think like, do I want to send like a type of because it'd be nice to kind of like validate that. Like obviously the server is going to validate something. But I'm trying to think of like what's the best way to, does the client like say like, this is the thing I think I should be doing? So like the cursor moved, like the client obviously has to say when the cursor moved. But then should the client say like, okay, the cursor moved, and I am saying that the client, am saying that this cursor move triggered a bubble traversal, right? So like maybe that's one of the things. So like when I traverse over yellow, like the client could say, I moved and I traversed this bubble. Is that like, and could kind of query the server that way, like say like, or the server could then be validating like, okay, did this mouse move really trigger, or was that mouse move really a traversal over the yellow bubble? And I think that's probably what exactly we'd want. Because then the server could then respond with, no, the traversal was not valid or whatever. Okay. So the thing, in order to do what I'm saying, is I'd have to have, so right out of the gate here, the WebSockets wrapper object is just listening to raw cursor moved, cursor down events that get fired from the player input object. And, oh, another thing we need to do. Oh, yes. Okay. There's actually more to this that I forgot about. I need to do the whole interpolation thing as part of validation, I guess. Maybe we're not going to get to that quite yet. But we need, so what events, what things are listening to cursor up? There is no cursor up event anymore. Oh, this is old. This is from the click drag. All right, let's do a quick search over everything for cursor up. Button, cursor up. That's weird. Okay, config, cursor up. Cursor up. Player input, cursor up, cursor up. Okay. Oh, the button has to be checking for that. The button object. That's what that is. I was thinking bubble, not button. All right. Okay, so what I was explaining before is, like, I think so when the player moves over a bubble, like, it'd be nice if the client fired off, okay, the mouse moved, and this is the important event that I think happened when the cursor moved, right? So, like, right now, just the raw mouse movement events are going to the server. So as I'm, like, moving around, it's sending the stuff to the server. But the server is not actually, like, validating whether or not, something is right. But I feel like the client needs to say, like, okay, here's what I think I did. here's the mouse movement that I did, and here's what I think I'm doing, or here's what I think is a valid movement. And like 99.99% of the time, that's going to be true, because if the player, as long as the player's not cheating, you know, the mouse movement I sent is going to be valid, right? As long as the player's not trying to do some sort of cheating thing, it's going to be okay. So, yeah, this is just kind of tricky to think about here. So I guess I need to like send maybe like there'd be a mouse movement thing, and then there would be like a, here's what I think I'm doing. Like I'm leaving the play area here. I'm hitting the play area, or I'm coming into the play area, or I'm traversing a bubble, or same thing with like the mouse, the cursor events too. Like it would be like, okay, I clicked and I believe that I'm popping a bubble. Like I'm requesting that I pop a bubble. Like I don't know if that makes sense to do, or if the server should just send like, yeah, that's kind of tricky. Because what I'm trying to think, we me to go, no one ever cheats. Yeah, you got that right. What am I worried about? Yeah. Let's just try something right here. I want to at least get something somewhat tangible or concrete here. So let's create a new like command that's coming from the server. And how do I actually do that? We go to the, okay, so let's do, yeah, I've got this send command, the player.send command. But we've got player cursor moved. So if we go outside of the circle, let's see here. So if player cursor moved, if we're not inside of the circle, we're not inside of I feel like we need a cursor in play thing or something. So we could have player dot send command cursor out of play, or and I guess that's actually all I need to send. Just a command, no options. So WebSockets wrapper. So we could have a event cursor out of play. And we could just CLG. Server said cursor is out of play. For not in play, oh, I have to do this, that, and it has to be message. That's right. Okay. All right, so let's fire up a new. So then once I go out, no. Did I spell that right? Oh, wait a minute. This is an event listener, not a. That's right. Okay. This needs to be case. Whoops. Not this. Okay. So server said the cursor's out of play. Server said the cursor's out of play. Server said the cursor's out of play. Bunch of those coming back. So I guess the server would send that once. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I want the client. It would be nice if the server only sent messages to the client. Like if the client needed correction. Like if the server thought the client needed some sort of correction. But at the same time, like, that's probably never going to happen. Like, if there's cheating going on, then yeah, like, what if we did this instead? Weemy, finally. What, you hit 2 million now? $2 million. crazy. Well, wait a minute though. Assuming you hit 2 million right on the money, that means you could go higher, right? Or did you, because I mean you hit, or 2 million was pushing it, I guess, by itself. So what I'm saying is the fact that you hit 2 million right on means you punched 2 million in somewhere, right? Like you punched 2 million into your loop or something, like you wanted to loop 2 million times. Yes, but performance. Yeah, right, I gotcha. One third times 1 e to the 5th pops per second. Gotcha. All right, let's. Whoops. All right, let's just try to make a few things a little nicer here for what we've got. I'm going to clean up some of this other. For some reason, the server is not, oh, I guess, yeah, okay. So when the match ends or when, let's see. Let's just do like a little test here with, am I doing the match? Yeah, I am doing a match timeout here. Oh, that's for the start. End match, clear interval, match start timer. Config countdown timer.duration. match start timer ID. Oh, then I guess we need this dot match timer ID equals null. All right, so I want to get Weemy, but yeah, basically for a loop capped at 2 million. Yeah, gotcha. All right. Okay, so at this point, we do our match start timer. And then, why? This shouldn't be called match start timer. This should be called match start timer ID. This should be called like match pre-roll or something. Match countdown timer is what this should be called. Yes, match countdown timer. So that's what this thing is. And then yeah, there's not really a way for any players to quit the countdown. I mean, I guess somebody could disconnect right in the middle of the... Somebody could refresh the browser during the countdown. End match. Okay. Yeah, so we need to do the clear interval. Okay. We do need to do a clear interval on both of these. So we're doing match. Okay. That, and we need to do clear interval. Or wait a minute. Is clear interval even valid? Because I'm talking about clear timeout. Clear timeout is what I want, not clear interval. Okay, and then this would be this dot match timer ID. Okay. And then this is when the match ends. So that way we really make sure we get rid of those. Oh, in this case, the match, in the case of if they quit during the... I'm going to do a to-do here. To-do if player quits during countdown, match ended, will fire on client before match started. So I got to figure out how I want to handle that case, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Okay, so... Player.send command message, match started. Great, and then at this point, the server would need to wait. So then it would be this dot match timer equals set timeout. And then the timeout would be config dot match.time length. Config.match.time length. Where the F did the time go? Yeah, I don't know, Weemy. You've been working on this all evening. I'm glad you could have some fun at least. All right, so let's player send command match ended. Now, actually, does that work right now? If we do this, and then I refresh the browser here. Okay, but this one's still running. End match message, match ended. Okay, so if we get a match ended, I got rid of that. Weemy, you should have not have shown me this. But I'm seriously at a limit right now. Well, I'm glad you could dial it in. Dial it into 2 million. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, so I need to figure out like some sort of delay compensation, I guess. Like maybe I could set up like a maybe we could do like a could just measure the ping times here. Well, actually, first of all, there is no match ended. Or there is a match ended event, right? Yeah, or marathon ended. But so I guess from case match ended, we'd have so if the server sent match ended, event emitter dot emit marathon ended, and that's about it. Oh, wait a minute. Application marathon ended. That's if the player quits. Okay, that's if the player quits. Quit to main menu false equals false. So quit to main menu should only be true if you click the X button, then there's no stats. Last image if you want as a memory. Nice. 2 million. I'll send you the code on Discord if you want. For sure. Yeah, that would be cool to see. What you see exactly how you were handling it, Weemy, if you don't mind. Crazy. You could post that image on the Populus general if you want, Weemy. On Discord. Nice. That's pretty simple. Pretty simple code there, Weemy. I like it. Nice. Yeah, I will. I'll check that out. Check that out in more detail at some point. Oh yeah, brag a little. Yeah, right. Just tout that you got 2 million. All right, so here we go. Easy game. Nice. I like it. Perfect. All right. So I'm trying to think of what I need to like figure out how I want to do like the buffer, the time buffer of like how long do we wait? Like, do we figure out like an average ping time from the clients? And do we like give them that buffer amount of time to like say, was fun to tamper with the timer class too and inject my own class for the game loop. Nice, nice. Cool stuff. Yeah, at some point I'll maybe have a formal explanation of some of the stuff that I do with the engine. Maybe a little video or something of that. All right, so either way, I've had a crap ton of fun. Well, awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad you could have fun screwing around with that and figuring out how to break it all. Thanks to you. No, thanks to you, Weemy. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I'll probably like borrow your code there for testing, like rate limiting and stuff like that with the server, with the actual multiplayer version. So thank you. I appreciate it. Looking forward to test the multiplayer version. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on a pretty good path here at this point. Like it's really coming together. There might be some dialing in of stuff, and I want to do some performance testing and that sort of thing, like on LAN and everything first before going live with it, and just kind of measuring bandwidth and whatnot too. All right, so I'm looking at the match duration timer here. So on the server, we're doing a set timeout for the amount of time of a match, of a given match, which is 30 seconds. But I'm trying to think of how to like compensate maybe a bit for like the delay between clients. Tricky part with multiplayer for this kind of game is there could be legit multiple actions per second. Yeah, like that's the thing. And like somebody who's maybe like really fast, you know, like, I don't know, somebody who gets really good at this game could all, like the algorithm for sorting out whether or not you're a bot or not. Like there could be some obvious simple fixes for that. Like if every zero is greater than x is less than y divided by not exactly sure what you're saying there, unless I'm just an idiot. Figuring out the threshold. Well, yeah, I mean, part of it is going to be a little bit of like analysis of like what does the server see like on a typical, what would like on a legit match, what would that look like? Lowest is greater than legit, which is less than cheating. Would have been better to think. Figuring that stuff out is in actions per second. Yeah. Yes. Well, in my case, I'm full on sending every mouse movement to the server. So that obviously helps filter that out because you're going to know exactly what the player is trying to do. But it's a matter of like deciphering between what's a legitimate mouse movement and what's not. So, yeah, and that's going to be a matter of maybe like just doing some, looking at some stats and looking at, you know, like what's the, you know, what's kind of that like mouse average distance the cursor moves, or like average amount of like mouse events between button presses, but like, or between like bubble pops. But like that's kind of hard to say too, because like you could have a 60 hertz monitor, you could have a 120 hertz monitor, and like Chrome, at least like Chrome works great between 60 and 120 hertz. So like if you're on 120, then you're going to have double the, you're going to have like half the distance between every mouse input, you know. Well, and then like mouse sensitivity comes into play and everything. You could have a Python bot. Well, and I'm thinking about like doing legit bots too, maybe. Like that would be cool to have. Like the old IO game thing where you're just playing a bot. That's another thing I might do, is actually have like legit bots playing the game. And that might also be based off of like, so that people could actually, like if you did a competitive match, you could actually do a competitive match against a bot. But then figuring out bot skill would be like a matter of me playing and like recording, like just doing data analytics on what all of my playing. You know, like I'd have to like save out like all my mouse inputs and all my bubble pops, and like then just throw that in like an Excel spreadsheet and then just like crunch it, kind of look at everything and say like, okay, if I'm slow, this is kind of what that looks like. And there'd be like a little bit of like a randomness mixed in with that, you know. Or like figuring out like the mistake rate versus the yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways all of that could go. The bots stuff me doing good bots would be down the road a little bit, I think. But once we kind of dial in multiplayer more here. Actually, on the server, I think there is a ping. I want to look at, where is the application? WS Pong. Yeah, I want to figure out how I can ping WS ping. I'm going to figure out how I can measure that time. I think that would be good. Let's see how we can do that. So maybe for each player, I could do... Let's just do like... when a player connects, when we set up a new player, I'm just going to do like a really rough ping measurement here. Set interval. We'll measure last ping time equals Performance.now. Performance.now. How do I? Yeah, performance.now. Okay. All right, so let's last ping time. And then I just show the difference. Yeah, okay. So we do W. Oh, okay, hang on a second here. Send a timestamp with the mouse movement, maybe. That's another thing that I might do. Like, well, the thing is, it's kind of like I should just be looking at like the time between mouse movements. Well, one thing I want to do is I'm going to unify. So like all browsers, so whether you're running 120 hertz or you're running 60 hertz or whatever, I want to, so my on, because of the window, and I guess you're probably familiar with this, Weemy, already, but like the window dot request animation frame is just syncing up with your frame rate, and like I guess depending on the browser, you know, depending on the support for the whatever frame rates, whatever monitor refresh rates. So like I've got a 120 hertz screen, so window.request animation frame works at 120 hertz pretty nice. And like, so like my game is updating at, my game loop is updating 120 times a second, which is nice. You know, it looks really smooth and whatever. But as for sending mouse inputs out to the server, I think that should be like unified. So rather than like the 120 hertz player getting like a 8 millisecond advantage, well, I'd like to like unify those mouse inputs on the or on the client, like so that the client is making sure that it's sending a certain amount, a fixed amount per second, or sending. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I know that face. Nice. I don't know how I want to do it yet. Do I want to send... I can relate to that face. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah, because one thing that's interesting is like I have a 1000 hertz mouse, and I've realized that I spent 3 weeks or something figuring this out. Yeah, no, I gotcha. And like one thing I've noticed is that like Chrome, if you've got the console closed, so with request animation frame running and I've got the console closed, even though my mouse is 1000 hertz, it will do only 120. It'll do like one mouse update per frame. But then if you have the console open, it does 1000. Like my mouse is 1000 hertz, so it does all 1000. So it's like something about the console being open, like gives you an extra little boost or whatever, just because it's like reading the UI for the console or whatever, and like it just so happens that it fires off 1000. Yeah, debug mode. Right. So, and I don't know if that's really intentional or not, that they would really want to send 1000 mouse updates for I don't know. But in theory, then you could give yourself a little bit of an edge playing this game if you had a 1000 hertz mouse and you opened the console and you had something like 120 hertz monitor. You know, like you could give yourself like just that little technical edge But that's the thing. Like, I don't think I want the client to be able to send just 1,000 inputs per second, 1,000 mouse updates per second. You know, like that would be, I don't know. I need to have some sort of rate limiting on there. And figuring out exactly what I want and kind of syncing up that the client does that too. So like even if you do open the console and you are generating 1,000 inputs per second, like somehow limiting that, capping that down, at least the amount of times that the server's getting talked to, and then limiting like maybe the amount of mouse inputs that are actually getting sent to the server. This is where 3 weeks of headache comes in. Yeah. Yep. So I've been kind of, I've already been like thinking about this quite a bit and trying to whatever, but okay, actually I'm going to comment out this WS Pong here. I just want to see what I can do about measuring like some ping times here. So if we do set interval and we fire a ping every whatever, and then we do this.ws.on and we do pong. Okay, so we fire a ping every, what, 1 second maybe? Let's do 5 seconds. We'll fire a ping every 5 seconds. This.ws.ping. And there's a callback, but we don't really care about that callback. So we'll measure the timestamp and send the ping. What is the callback? I don't know. I have to look at the documentation a little more, but this.last ping time equal, oh, at this point then I guess we would do performance.now. And then on the pong, we could do the pong is going to be a callback or a callback listener here. ws.on pong. I guess we just CLG performance.now minus this.last ping time. I think that's good. So if I just refresh one of these browsers in 5 seconds, we should print a ping time maybe. Nope. Performance is not defined. Timestamps and batch inputs into packages which are sent at fixed interval could be a solution. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like I'm gonna have to buffer. So right, there's gonna need to be a fixed interval, and then there would need to be like a buffer too. And I guess maybe that could all be happening asynchronously of the game loop. Then it won't matter if there's 5 or 8,000 inputs during 250 milliseconds. Right. Right. Yeah, I think you're pretty much right, and I think that's kind of what I was thinking for the most part as well. All right, performance.now. I'm pretty sure that was. Oh no, that performance doesn't. There is some high performance timer in Node, but I don't know what it is. High precision timer. I'll do date.now. That's good enough, I guess. On LAN though, that's not really good enough. 1. Yeah, because I'm on LAN, so my pings are awesome. All right, let me pull it up on my phone. 0. Pull it up on my phone so I can at least add an extra little millisecond of delay. Okay. Hey, what player connected? I don't want a player connected right now. Okay. All right. Connected on my phone, so maybe there'll be like 2 milliseconds of... Oh, 33. Oh, I'm on Wi-Fi, so that's a good point. There we go, 33 milliseconds. 12 milliseconds. 48. That is so awful. Man, Wi-Fi is terrible. Seriously, pinging a server on LAN. 51 milliseconds? 55? Wow. 4. Oh. 6 milliseconds. 2. Okay, so that, man, that's terrible. 3. 111. Wow, okay. Performance.now should work. Well, I'm on Node. This is Node, which did I do? I tried what I think you said, right? Performance.now. I thought, because I thought performance was that's part of the window, the DOM, right? I could be wrong. I mean, I know that it's part of the DOM on the browser, but I didn't know if Node... Oh, player closed connection. Look at that. That actually worked this time. I feel like that wasn't working. Oh, it was working, but it wasn't ending the match. That's right. The closed connection was firing. Wow, okay. So I went from 111 millisecond ping to 3. Let's set this to like 1 second and just try this again. I just want to see. I get a kick out of this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's like a streak there of like really low ping times. Maybe if I like hold my phone up closer to my... Wow, yeah, you go from like 100 milliseconds to like 5 milliseconds. 115 to 3. Okay. Anyway. All right. So actually, I'm going to keep this. This is kind of cool to have for right now. Process.hr time. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think I'm... Well, yeah, I don't know if... I don't know how exactly I want to... No clue which is better or faster, yeah. Well, I thought performance.now didn't exist on in Node, but maybe I'm just doing the wrong thing. But I could look it up, but I don't... I don't care at this point. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of like how I want to extend the match time. Oh, because let's look at... Let's do... all right, what am I looking for here? All right, yeah, so we got our set timeout for the match. So we're doing the 30 seconds, and then we'll do the send command. Oh, it's got to be players.for each. Oh, no, then I can just call end match. This dot end match, and then what am I doing on the client for that? So which version of Node are you using? Version greater than 8.5 should have performance.now. I'm using 14. I think I actually just installed 14 whatever. I didn't want to do that. Oh. .15 performance.now. Performance, not defined. Performance. Yeah, and I thought I ran it from a file. Tried running it from a file the other day. Oh, I was just punching that behind my picture there. Not sure if that showed up, but it was showing, the REPL was showing no performance.now. Or maybe can you not run that from the REPL? You have to like import. I don't know how imports work in the REPL. So never mind. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. All right. So now I'm actually doing the match ended deal. So let's try that. Let's actually try. Let's try ending the match prematurely. So the client will still think it's 30 seconds, but we'll just change the match to 3 seconds. So we get our clients fired up here. And the match should end after 3 seconds now. So time's up, -8. That's weird that those times are like that. Why was one -8 and one -10? That's kind of weird. Weemy. Well, I have to sleep. Catch you another time. Hey, have a good night's rest. You're streaming tomorrow. Actually, so am I. So I don't know if I'll catch you tomorrow, but at some point. So yeah, have a good one, Weemy. Appreciate you hanging out and screwing around with the game and everything. And thanks for sending me the code. Yeah, really appreciate that. So yeah, have a good night. You know what? Let's try the 30 seconds again. And then, well, on my... Let's do the 30 seconds again. And then I'm going to do a match like on my phone versus... let's see here. Okay, so we're doing 30 seconds. Let's refresh. And I want to do like a competitive match on my phone. Okay. All right, so now my computer is playing my phone. There. On LAN. So I just want to look at the timer running out on my phone versus ending on the server. It was just like a hair of delay there. Yeah, that really wasn't that big of a deal. Whoa, why is time's up still stuck on here? Oops. Oh, actually, that's probably just because... okay, so time's up. We hit 6.5 hours here already. Probably gonna shut the stream down pretty soon here myself. Okay, so why did the time's up not go away? Oh, the time. Okay, I know why. Or at least I think I know why. So the client, if we're in a competitive game, the client can't fire marathon ended. That's the problem, I think. We're doing that timer still. All right, actually my wife just got home. So I think I am going to sign off here. So yeah, so far we pushed multiplayer forward a little bit. I think we're looking pretty good. We're gonna have some real multiplayer pretty soon going. Some actual legitimate multiplayer. The bubble generation's working. We're sending in the mouse, the cursor update, the cursor position updates and everything to the server, and the server's doing something with them. Server needs to do a little more, and we need to actually add some validation, but otherwise, stuff's looking pretty good. So I was thinking of ending the stream pretty quick in a bit, and my wife just got home from work, so I think I will end it now. Anyway, so yeah, I think we're on a good path here. Tomorrow we'll probably hopefully get a good bit more done, and yeah, I think before too long we'll actually have this live. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it as always, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, I think that's it for now. So adios.